Yes.
Yeah, I can.
everybody, and welcome to CHSAA TV as we get you set for the 2012 5A Swimming and Diving Championships from the Eudora Pool and Ice Center in Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm Tom Helmer alongside my partner, Morgan Wager. They call this place epic, and that may appropriately describe the type of swimming we're going to see this weekend.
Very much so, Tom. We got Missy Franklin here, #1 in the world in a few events here. Also Bonnie Brandon. So we're going to have a good swimming.
And with that, we're about to get underway. The first event today here at the pool will be the 200-yard medley relay. This will be the first of 6 preliminary heats. In lane 4 will be Mountain Range High School. Lane 5 will be Grand Junction. And in lane 6, Ponderosa High School. These are 3 schools that are evenly matched coming into this one. All of them had a time of 2:01, really just fraction of a second dividing these 3 schools.
Yeah, some of these times probably could have taken place earlier in the season. We'll see if some of these girls, they might start to separate here during this first leg of backstroke. What we have is we have 2 lengths of backstroke, 2 lengths of breaststroke, 2 lengths of butterfly, 2 lengths of freestyle to go through this race.
Now Grand Junction in the middle with the early lead. A nice exchange as Grand Junction tries to lengthen that lead. Mountain Range and Ponderosa in a dead heat in lanes 4 and 6.
We're now coming into the, after the 100 here, this will be halfway point going into the butterfly.
You can see the time in the bottom right corner of your screen. And the lead for Grand Junction continues to grow.
Started seeing some more separation here between Mountain Range and Ponderosa.
Yeah, Ponderosa right now in good shape in second place as they start to tighten it up. And now they're neck and neck as they come down the stretch. Now Ponderosa with the lead.
This will be our final leg of freestyle going off the blocks here.
That last leg, a nice one by Ponderosa there to make up the distance.
That was. We really did. They caught up quite a bit there. A few seconds, I would say. Now coming down the final leg here.
Now Ponderosa trying to stretch out that lead. And it'll be Ponderosa followed by Grand Junction and Mountain Range coming in third. Well, you take a look at the times, and it was Ponderosa that really stuck truer to their time in that preliminary heat.
Their entry times, yeah. You never know what girls are part of the relay to get them in that qualifying time. But you're right. The lane 6 Ponderosa there, coming in right around their entry time at 2:01.60 or 2:01.86.
So the first heat is in the books here in Fort Collins as we get ready for heat number 2. In lane 3 it'll be Poudre High School. Lane 4 will be Dakota Ridge. Lane 5 Arvada West. 6 will be Greeley West. 7 Brighton High School. And in lane 8 North Glen.
We should see another close heat here. All the girls still above that 2-minute mark, but ranging anywhere from 2:00 to 2:01.
How important is it how fast you get out of the water on that start or get to the surface?
Really, you're allowed 15 meters underwater. So you want to try to take, if you're a strong underwater swimmer, you want to take all that 15 meters in.
Now it's Brighton with the early lead. Just about a full length ahead.
upstream there, we have North Glen and Brighton.
Poudre and North Glen right now, it seems like to be the two schools out in front.
Yeah, outside lanes at the halfway mark out in front.
Arvada West in the middle, making up some good time.
Strong butterfly leg here from Arvada West, right in the middle of the pool.
Well, Arvada West with the lead.
Still out here in 8. North Glen doing a good job holding on to that second place mark.
Arvada West trying to take this heat. They have the lead.
Coming down about 15 meters left.
And Arvada West is going to win this preliminary heat with a time of 1:58.73. Their seed time was 2 minutes, so a nice effort there by Arvada West. So with the second heat out of the way, we get set for the third heat, 3 of 6. Doherty in lane 2, Cherokee Trail in lane 3. We've got Pine Creek, Highlands Ranch out of the Denver area in lane 5. George Washington, lane 6. Littleton in lane 7. Rocky Mountain High School in 8. And Chatfield Senior in lane 9. Highlands Ranch High School, the top seed time in this heat, 1:56.84.
You know, I got to root a little for lane 9 over here in my old school, Chatfield.
That's okay. Everybody with a nice start. They remain about even through the first 25 yards. Doherty High School down in lane 2 with the early lead, about a half body length, trying to stretch it out.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing these outside lanes really taking advantage of that first leg, getting out in front.
Rocky Mountain High School in lane 8, making up some ground. As they make the turn, Doherty High School hanging in there, but now in the middle, Highlands Ranch starting to make some distance. And the Falcons with the lead here. And they're starting to stretch it out.
Yeah, big lead here at the halfway point, just 101.05 at the 100 mark here.
Just about 2 seconds better than the next team.
So we're working well on increasing that lead coming into that final leg of freestyle.
Well, the Falcons with a strong lead. Time of 1:29.85 at that exchange. The next best team at 1:31.38. So almost a 2-second lead.
So we got a good race going on for second and third in this heat.
Yeah, it's tight in the pack. Highlands Ranch is going to win this heat. And then in lane 7, it's Littleton coming in second with a time of 1:58.09. But Highlands Ranch, 1:55.48, takes that heat. So we're halfway through the 200-yard medley relay. As we get set for Heat 4, you see the teams. Grandview High School in lane 2, Rampart in 3, Cherry Creek High School in 4, Fossil Ridge in 5, Loveland in 6, Arapahoe in 7, Fort Collins in 8, and Rock Canyon in lane 9.
Now you're going to see a different type of seeding here on these next 3 heats. They do what's called barrel seeding, and they take the fastest heat, the fastest team entered will be in the last heat. Second fastest team will be in the second last heat in the middle of the pool. Third team in this heat here in the middle of the pool. So Cherry Creek's entered at the 3rd fastest as we go into this race. I'm sorry, it's Fossil Ridge that would be coming in here 3rd. Fossil Ridge and Middle Pool, green caps.
Get off those blocks!
Fairly even through the first 25 yards. And it's really that first turn that starts to separate the better relay teams.
You really see, some girls, especially with those good underwater swims, that's a second chance for them to really start getting out in front.
I see Fossil Ridge with the lead. 29 seconds on that first stretch.
Here you'll start noticing more of that pyramid shape where the middle of the pool is really going to be the leader of the pack, and it's going to fade out towards the outside of the lane. It's not always the case, but
Fossil Ridge looking strong. Loveland right in there in 2nd place. Fort Collins in lane 8 making a strong push. A split time 58.10. But they've got Fort Collins right on their heel. Right now it looks like a race between Fossil Ridge and Loveland. Fossil Ridge with the green cap. Loveland's going to have to make up some time here.
Cherry Creek out in lane 4. I know they're trying to battle in to get that final heat for tomorrow's event.
Fossil Ridge with a strong lead. They're going to win this heat. Tight race for 2nd place. And it looks like Loveland is just going to edge out Cherry Creek. And that's the case as Fossil Ridge wins it with a time of 146.83. And right behind him, Loveland with a time of 150.16.
146 is a strong preliminary time coming in. Entered at 149, dropping 3 seconds to go into that final event tomorrow. That's really good.
Now we get set for heat number 5. Remember, there's 6 heats in the 200-yard medley relay. In lane 2, Thunder Ridge. Lane 3, Legacy. Ralston Valley, Lewis Palmer in lane 5. Heritage in lane 6. Denver East in lane 7. Then you'll have Smoky Hill and Columbine on the outside. And again, if you look at the seed times, you want to look at lane 5, Lewis Palmer. And you saw the little bit of a jerk there in lane 2 by Thunder Ridge trying to get that early start.
That'll most likely, unfortunately, but most likely be a disqualification there for a false start. The middle 3 teams, Ralston Valley, Lewis Palmer, and Heritage, all have a good shot for that final team award this weekend tomorrow.
Oh, tight stretch. Legacy leading at the first split. The time of 27.95. Legacy running in lane 3.
Coming home on that breaststroke leg. Heritage is really looking good.
So it's Heritage with the lead. About 0.7 of a second ahead of Lewis Palmer. So it's a dead heat right now between Lewis Palmer and Heritage. Lewis Palmer in lane 5, Heritage in lane 6.
Yeah, this will be coming down to the wire after this final turn here. Both dead at the wall.
Well, they're neck and neck as they come down the stretch in lane 5 and 6. Who'll touch the wall first? It'll be Lewis Palmer with a time of 147.9. Right behind him in lane 6 was Heritage with a time of 1:48.14. And it's really the tightest heat we've seen so far.
That was a great race down in the middle of the pool there. Still, I think we had Fossil Ridge, I think, ahead of them at 1:46.
So we'll get set for the final heat of the 200-yard medley relay.
So our fastest seed coming in here, Fairview High School, will be lane 5. They're the top seed of the whole entire event here.
And they'll be right next to Regis Jesuit at a time of 1:49. So look at lanes 5 and 6 in this heat. Lane 2 will have Monarch. Lane 3, Chaparral. Lane 4, Mountain Vista. Fairview in 5, Regis Jesuit in 6. Boulder High School will be in lane 7, Lakewood in 8, and Liberty High School in lane 9.
Right now we have Missy Franklin getting ready to swim the first leg of the backstroke, lane 6, swimming for Regis Jesuit.
And she is really the story this weekend here in Fort Collins.
You know, we could be seeing some national records broken by this girl here. She's got an opportunity for 3 events here. This is where you'll see that important underwater swimming here and see how far out she gets under that underwater portion.
Now Missy Franklin with that tall body stands about 6'2". So fluid in the water.
She really tries to take that 15-meter mark all the way, and she's under that water.
So Regis with the lead. A time of 25.1.
This is where you'll see most of the rest of the field start to catch up, though.
Yeah, when you've got Missy Franklin out front to set the tone for you, she's really your buffer, and then the rest of it's just hanging on.
It really helps you out. You got to try to keep onto that lead that you build right away. So right now, Fairview doing a great job in catching up on that breaststroke leg.
Yeah, Fairview has made up almost the entire distance, and they'll be just about even as they touch the wall. 0.4 of a second difference at that point between Regis and Fairview. And they are still neck and neck, 1 and 2 right now. Regis and Fairview battling it out. They are dead even as they come down the stretch.
Last leg, dead at the wall here, going freestyle.
Less than 1/10 of a second dividing the two teams. Fairview with the slight edge the last time they touched the wall. They make the turn and come down the stretch. It is neck and neck, but it looks like Fairview with the edge. And Fairview's going to win this heat with Regis coming in right on their heels. 147.04. Regis right behind him at 147.56.
It's exciting close races there for those last 3 heats.
That was Mountain Vista coming in 3rd place in that one with a time of 151.75. So that wraps up the 200-yard medley relay. As we move on to the second event of the night, it's time for the women's 200-yard freestyle. There'll be 7 heats in the first heat. Erica Patton, the senior from Heritage High School, will be in lane 4. Abby Cutler, a junior, out of Regis, in lane 5. And Sarah Damali, the sophomore from Denver East, is in lane 6.
Once again, we'll have 8 lanes here. This will be all freestyle.
And as they had just about identical seed times coming into this heat, they are dead even as they make the first turn. Cutler with about a head length lead as they get to the wall. Trying to extend it on that turn. Damali in second place.
Our current state record holder here comes from Cherry Creek. Set last year at this meet was Jordan Mattern. 1:47.33 was her time.
Abby Cutler, the junior, trying to hang on to that lead in that middle lane. She's getting pressure from Sarah Damali, the sophomore from Denver East, in lane 6. Erica Patton trying to keep herself in this one.
A lot of swimmers take advantage of this third 50 here during this race.
And now Cutler's trying to stretch out her lead. Still getting pressure from Damali, the sophomore. But since about the first 25 yards, Cutler's had the lead, just trying to expand on it at this point.
Coming down the final stretch, looks like Erica Patton's also trying to make that push for the final here.
Well, Abby Cutler is going to cruise in and win this heat with a time of 2:01.67. Coming in second, Sarah Damali, the sophomore from Denver East, with a time of 2:03.91. Third place in that heat went to Erica Patton with a time of 2:04.73. So we move on to heat number 2. And in lane 2, Brianne Thompson, the sophomore from Grandview High School. Ashley Saul, senior from Cherry Creek, will be in lane 3. Brianna Salanitro, a freshman from Mountain Vista. A couple freshmen here. Hannah Varner, a freshman from Boulder, will be in lane 5. Michaela Young, senior from Greeley West, in lane 6. Mackenzie Ammon, a freshman from Grandview, in lane 7. Sarah Woods from Poudre High School in lane 8. And Hannah White from Greeley West, a junior, is in lane 9. Sarah Woods just swimming in her backyard here, Fort Collins. Well, Brianne Thompson and Ashley Sound, lanes 2 and 3, making good time. It's Mackenzie Ammon with the lead with the first split time at 27.17. Ammon's a freshman out of Grandview High School. Had a seed time of 2:03.54. Ammon continued to strengthen on that lead a little bit.
The rest of the field's pretty close here. Lane 8 and 9, second and third.
Now she's got a good 2-second lead at this point. Though Hannah White trying to tighten things up just a little bit in lane 9, the junior out of Greeley West. And Mackenzie Ammon looking strong at this point.
She does. She looks good. She's coming home on this third 50. Got one more 50 to go. See, she hangs on to that lead here. 8 and 9 are still battling, trying to catch up to them.
Hard to believe Ammon, just a freshman, just cruising right along at this point. At this point, the only person who has a shot at her is Hannah White. Mackenzie Ammon continues to set the pace. As she touches the wall, a time of 1:59.12. Hannah White comes in second with a time of 2:01.45. And in third place, in lane 4, Brianna Salanitro, the freshman out of Mountain Vista, with a time of 2:03.66.
1:59, great time for that second heat. She would have entered in that time, she would have been one of the top 3 heats.
Well, a great effort there as you look at Mackenzie Ammon, the freshman out of Grandview, doing her school proud. So we'll get set for heat number 3. 7 heats in this women 200-yard freestyle here in Fort Collins. In lane 2, Laura Foster, the junior from Lakewood High School. Allison McKender in lane 3 out of Legacy High School. Maya Learned, sophomore from George Washington in lane 4. Tyler Bissert, junior out of Fairview. Paige Witter, a junior out of George Washington. Sydney Andrew, the freshman out of Fairview. Mackenzie Eubank, a junior out of Fossil Ridge. And Anna Hansen, a freshman from Arapahoe High School, in lane 9.
We did get some results for you for event 1. In 16th place, Legacy High School. 15th, Monarch. 14th, Chaparral. 13th, Smoky Hill. 12th, Ralston Valley. 11th, Boulder. 10th, Fort Collins. 9th, Mountain Vista. Swimming in your final heat for tomorrow, in 8th place, Arapahoe. 7th, Cherry Creek. 6th, Loveland. 5th, Heritage. 4th, Lewis Palmer. 3rd, Regis Jesuit. 2nd, Fairview. And your top qualifier from earlier with a time of 1:46.83, Fossil Ridge.
Well, with the lead in this heat, Sydney Andrew, the freshman out of Fairview High School, had the quickest time on that first split. And it's a pretty tight heat so far. Sydney Andrew still trying to hang on to a slight lead. She's in lane 7. She's got that white cap with the red logo.
Really close heat coming into the third 50 here. We got 150 left to go. We got quite a tight heat.
Well, as they touch the wall, it's Laura Foster, the junior from Lakewood High School, with a slight lead over Sydney Andrew. And this is going to be a tight one as they come down the final 25 yards. Sydney Andrew in lane 7 with a slight lead as they come to the wall, and she is going to win this heat. In second place, it'll be Laura Foster with a time of 2:02.55. And in third place, out of lane 6, Paige Witter, the junior from George Washington High School. So as we get you set for heat 4, Isol Richter, the junior out of Doherty High School, will be in lane 2. Ellie Claxton, the senior from Chaparral, in lane 3. Elizabeth Wiley, sophomore from Smoky Hill High School, will be in lane 4. Savannah Rose, the junior from Arapahoe, in lane 5. Riley Hoffman, a freshman out of Fossil Ridge, in lane 6. Lindsay Kriz, junior from Regis, in lane 7. Brenda Rhodes, a sophomore from Loveland, in lane 8. And Aaron Houlihan, junior out of Boulder High School, in lane 9. And we're underway in heat 4. 4 of 7 heats to go here in the 200-yard freestyle. The Dora Pool and Ice Center here in Fort Collins, Colorado. We're watching the 5A swimming and diving championships on CHSAA TV.
We've only seen one so far get into that 2-minute barrier. This heat we should hopefully see a few more.
And it's a tight pack there in the middle. Kriz, Hoffman, Rose. Boy, and as they touch the wall, it couldn't be much closer between Savannah Rose, Riley Hoffman, and Lindsay Kriz. Keep in mind, Riley Hoffman, a freshman out of Fossil Ridge. Still a three-person race at this point. Riley Hoffman with a slight lead. You see her with a green cap in the middle of your screen. She's flanked by Savannah Rose and Lindsay Kriz.
These three girls in the middle should be well under 2 minutes here.
Boy, and they're really pushing you as they come down the stretch. Hoffman trying to hang on as they approach the wall. She will come in first with a time of 155.93. Right on her heels in lane 5 was Savannah Rose with a time of 156.42. And in third place in that heat was Lindsay Kriz, the junior out of Regis, with a time of 156.88.
Big time drops from their entry times there. 4 and 5 second time drops.
Well, tightly contested heat, and as we move on to heat 5, it'll be Nicole Casso, the junior from Rock Canyon, in lane 2. Quinn Fawcett in lane 3, the freshman out of Fossil Ridge. Ella Moynihan, freshman out of Arapahoe, in lane 4. Amanda Ritchie, sophomore from Boulder, in lane 5. Allison Arnold, the junior out of Legend High School, in lane 6. Taylor Kidd out of Grand Junction in lane 7. Kaylee Addison, a freshman out of Ralston Valley, in lane 8. And Jordan Kramer, sophomore out of Rock Canyon, in lane 9. So Rock Canyon has lanes 2 and 9 in this heat.
Amanda Ritchie in the middle of the pool, very strong swimmer, distance swimmer. So you'll see her with the faster arm speed here, and she's able to hold it all the way through the race.
Yeah, Amanda Ritchie in lane 5. Moynihan, the freshman, in lane 4. Making a push here, currently with the lead. Split time of 26.15. That's Moynihan still holding that lead as they make the turn again. With a time of 54.36 as she makes the turn. A little more than a second ahead of everybody else. Right on her heels is Amanda Ritchie, the sophomore out of Boulder High School.
It's a tough stage to be on as being a freshman coming in and trying to get out in front. And Ella's doing a great job of that this week.
Well, not only is she out in front, she's really starting to gain a little bit of distance. She makes the turn with a time of 123.42. Still with about a second and a half lead over Amanda Ritchie.
Here you see Amanda coming on pretty strong though. Let's see what she can do in this last 25.
Well, I don't think there's going to be any catching her at this point. It looks like Ella Moynihan is going to win this heat though. Amanda Ritchie making a last push, but it won't be enough. Moynihan wins the heat. Right behind her in lane 5 was Amanda Ritchie, the sophomore out of Boulder. And in third place in lane 6, Allison Arnold, the junior out of Legend High School. So we get set for the final 2 heats in the women's 200-yard freestyle. In lane 2, in heat 6 will be Samantha Daniels, the freshman out of Grandview High School. Fiona Kane, the senior out of Cherry Creek, in lane 3. Karen Spofford, senior, Heritage High School, in lane 4. Erin Metzger-Seymour, sophomore at Ralston Valleys, in lane 5. Emily Mayo, junior of Arapahoe High School, at lane 6. Lacey Smith, the junior, in lane 7 out of Fairview. Allison Bischoff, senior out of Chaparral, in lane 8. And Rada Kotalarski, the senior out of Highlands Ranch, in lane 9. Now Fiona Kane with an early push there in lane 3. Trying to give herself the lead.
We should be seeing, quite a bit more here also of Erin Metzger-Seymour throughout the day.
Well, fairly tight as they make the turn. Lacey Smith in lane 7 out of Fairview High School. Looking strong at this point. So this middle lane's making the push as they come to the wall.
Real close race coming at the halfway mark.
Now with the lead at the turn, it's Lacey Smith, the junior out of Fairview High School. Though she's got just about everybody in the pool on her heels.
Yeah, tied right behind her, lanes 4 and 5. Karen Spofford, in lane 4, and Erin Metzger in lane 5.
So Lacey Smith still with the lead as they make the turn with a time of 1:23.31. But right there with her is Erin Metzger-Seymour, Karen Spofford, Emily Mayo in the mix. Boy, it's a three-person race as they come down the stretch. Who's going to touch the wall first? It's going to be Emily Mayo in lane 6. The junior out of Arapahoe High School with a time of 1:52.95. Right behind her in second place was Erin Metzger-Seymour. And in third place in lane 7 was Lacey Smith, the junior out of Fairview High School.
That was a great finish by Emily there.
Well, as we get set for the final heat, there you see Missy Franklin in lane 5, the junior out of Regis. And she is the talk of swimming across the United States. Cassie Sorensen will be in lane 2. Colleen Wickstead in lane 3, the junior out of Cherry Creek. Mary Hinton, the sophomore from Heritage, in lane 4. Missy Franklin, who we just showed you, is in lane 5. Karen Rowe in lane 6, the junior out of Lewis Palmer. Paula Stoddard, senior out of Mountain Vista, in lane 7. Madison Cooper in lane 8, the sophomore out of Pine Creek. And Haley Spratt from Brighton High School is in lane 9.
This will be one of those races that maybe not today, but definitely tomorrow night, that you'll see Missy going for that national record.
Yeah, at this point, you're in a preliminary heat here. You just want to place yourself, but you're not trying to burn too much gas at this point, right?
We'll most likely see that probably later on with the 400 free relay.
Okay.
She's going to be most likely leading off that one, going for the national record there as well. So she'll probably hold back a little bit here and just make it into the final heat, save it for tomorrow night.
Well, Missy Franklin, one of those people that breaks out of the block just about as good as anybody in swimming at this point, really.
Yeah, she's you definitely see a different, being this type of elite swimmer that she is. And if she can get up front quick, and she'll be able to hold on, no problem.
You see her with almost a full body length lead as she makes the turn with a time of 24.4. 2 seconds ahead of the next best swimmer in the pool at this point. Morgan, what makes her so good? I know she's tall, she's a hard worker, but what makes her stroke so good?
And if you watch her swim here in this freestyle, you see her driving her legs quite a bit the entire race, but she can really grab a ton of water as she's pulling underneath. She's got great stroke all over.
Well, as expected, it's a one-person race in this heat with Missy Franklin lengths ahead of anybody else in the pool.
The rest of the heat back here is actually pretty close, when Missy's out front, but the rest of them is all fighting for the second and third spot back here.
Missy makes a turn with a time of 1:17.3. In second place right now.
You should see Missy.
It's lane 7, Paula Stoddard. Missy continuing to push along here.
Good preliminary swim here at 1:43.9. Wow.
1:43.98. That is a Colorado state record. She beats the old time of 1:47.33 by Jordan Mattern, which was set last year, and she beats it by 4 seconds.
Actually, Missy went out in the national record, 1:45.12. Looks like Missy, no problem, smashes that independent school record, that national one.
Yeah, she's just about 2 seconds better on a national swimming record. What a tremendous effort by Missy Franklin in that heat. And you wonder why she's the best swimmer in the nation. She just proved it right there.
It'll be really interesting to see what she's able to do tomorrow night.
Well, she crushed it here in the preliminary, and we'll see what she does do tomorrow night. As they'll have a national TV audience, there'll also be people watching in Latin America, Australia, and New Zealand to see what Missy Franklin can do. So it's time now for the 200-meter individual medley relay.
This is actually just the individual medley. So each swimmer is going to be doing 2 lengths of butterfly, then backstroke, 2 lengths of breaststroke, followed by 2 lengths of freestyle.
We've got Jordan McClure, the senior out of Chaparral in lane 4. Bethany McCabe, the freshman out of Ralston Valley in lane 5. Daniel Forner, freshman out of Ponderosa in lane 6. Elena Gomez, the senior out of Denver East in lane 7. Laura Gravlovich, sophomore from Regis in lane 3.
This will actually be another one of those fast races. We have some, the current state record holder, Bonnie Brandon, she'll be in our final heat. But we have some other fast ones alongside of her, so it'll be an interesting race here.
Now it's going to be Forner with the lead as they make the turn with a slight lead over Bethany McCabe. Gomez right there with them. Actually, all 5 swimmers in the pool running pretty much neck and neck. Forner with a slight lead. Freshman out of Ponderosa High School in Parker. And now it's McCabe pulling out in front. So Bethany McCabe with a slight lead over Jordan McClure as they make the turn. McCabe still out in front. Flanked by McClure and Forner. And now it's Forner pulling out in front. McCabe in second, McClure in third. Gravlovich in fourth and Gomez in fifth. So Forner wins that heat with a time of 2:18.91. And she was followed by McCabe and McClure. So get ready for heat number 2. There's 7 heats here. In the 200-yard IM. Mariel Renahan, junior out of Regis, will be in lane 2. Annalise Gregaret from Cherokee Trail in lane 3. Jennifer LeBlanc, junior from Arapahoe, in lane 4. Sarah Long, senior out of Regis, in lane 5. Catherine West, sophomore from Highlands Ranch, in lane 6. Elise Mooney, the junior from Fort Collins, in lane 7. Jamie Monk, senior out of Regis, in lane 8. And Miranda Sullivan, a freshman from Boulder, is in lane 9. So Regis with 3 swimmers in this heat. And of course, you could feel real good about yourself as a Regis swimmer, but when you have to put your numbers against Missy Franklin, you might not always feel that way at the end of the day.
You know, it's kind of unfortunate that, I think a lot of the girls from every school is a little bit of that. And, but it's great for Colorado swimming all together. We should all kind of embrace that and run with it. So.
Well, Jamie Munka Regis with the lead with a split time there of 29.02. Miranda Sullivan in lane 9 right behind her. And as they race, we do have the results from the women's 200-yard freestyle. In 16th place, Quinn Fawcett, the freshman from Fossil Ridge. Lindsay Kriz in 15th out of Regis. Allison Bischoff, the senior from Chaparral, in 14th. Karen Rowe from Lewis Palmer is 13th. Savannah Rose, 12th. Fiona Kane, 11th. Riley Hoffman from Fossil Ridge is 10th. And in 9th place, Allison Arnold from Legend High School. In 8th will be Paula Stoddard, the senior from Mountain Vista. Colleen Wickstead is 7th out of Cherry Creek. Amanda Ritchie, sophomore from Boulder, is 6th. Lacey Smith, 5th, the junior out of Fairview. Erin Metzger Seymour, the sophomore out of Ralston Valley, 4th. Emily Mayo, 3rd, the junior out of Arapahoe. Ella Moynihan, the freshman from Arapahoe, is 2nd. And of course, Melissa Franklin, who set a national record today with a time of 1:43.98, is number 1 after the prelims in the women's 200-yard freestyle. Right now, Jamie Monk trying to lead the charge here in lane 8. Meanwhile, her teammate, Renahan, in lane 2, is going to come in 2nd. So Monk first, Renahan 2nd, and in 3rd place will be Sarah Long. So it's a 1-2-3 finish for Regis High School.
They were the state champions last year. It's going to be tough for them to hold on to it this year. There's 5 other teams that are battling out for that top place. So we'll see how they do here.
Well, we'll get set for Heat 3. It'll be Mary Scraggs, a senior from Fairview High School, in lane 2. Mary Lombardi from Legacy in lane 3. Shannon Babcock, the junior from Lewis Palmer, in lane 4. Annie Graves, junior from Chaparral, in lane 5. Courtney Fossey, the senior from Fairview, in lane 6. Carly Snyder, junior from Rampart, in lane 7. Reagan Payne, senior from Fairview, in lane 8. And Hannah Bauer, the senior from Boulder High School, in lane 9. So Fairview with 3 swimmers in this heat. They'd certainly like to do what Regis just did in the last heat.
They're going to be one of those other teams that are battling for Regis at that tomorrow in the final go for that team score.
Well, tight race from the turn there. Scraggs and Lombardi in lanes 2 and 3 seem to have a slight edge at this point. Carly Snyder from Rampart in the mix as well as they make the turn. Snyder trying to work herself out in the lead in the yellow cap. And as they make the turn, looks like Reagan Payne starting to edge in there a little bit, along with Courtney Fossey. At the turn, Courtney Fossey with the lead, time of 102.42. Right behind her is Courtney Fossey, Carly Snyder. Well, she's really starting to expand that lead now. Fossey, the senior from Fairview High School, taking charge of this 3rd heat.
Really start to see this whole heat separate during this breaststroke leg.
Well, in 2nd place right now, it's Shannon Babcock, the junior out of Lewis Palmer. Courtney Fossey just cruising along. Her split time 1:39. Seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. Now Courtney Fossey is going to cruise in this one. The battle now for second place. Anna Graves and Shannon Babcock. And as they touch the wall, to be Annie Graves in second, followed by Shannon Babcock, the junior out of Lewis Palmer, in third place. Fourth place was Hannah Bauer, the senior from Boulder High School. Nice effort there by Courtney Fossey as she wins that heat. So we'll move on to heat number 4. 4 of 7, Katie Mullen from Cherry Creek will be in lane 2. Grace Gregaret from Cherokee Trail in lane 3. Olga Britton, the sophomore from Lewis Palmer, in lane 4. Erin Hayes, senior from Highlands Ranch, in lane 5. Lindsay Fano, senior from Fairview, in lane 6. Morgan Stepp, the junior from Douglas County High School, in lane 7. Kayla Stuckey from Legacy in lane 8. And it'll be Games in lane 9, a junior out of Chatfield Senior High School. And Morgan, if you're watching these events for the first time, how do you want to come out of the block? Is coming at a low angle what you want, or do you want a little bit of air as you come out of that block?
You know, what I try to tell my swimmers, you don't want to be the first one in the water, but you want to be the first one off the block. So you really want to be able to get out as far as you can. Once you hit that water, you start to get that resistance and start to slow down.
A little more parallel?
Yep.
Well, it's tight as they make the turn. One of the leaders at this point is Olga Britton, the sophomore out of Lewis Palmer, who's running in lane 4. Technically, what is the hardest stroke?
I guess it would depend on what type of swimmer you are. I would say that butterfly, it definitely exerts the most energy. So the first leg here is it's nice to have the butterfly at the beginning, moving into some of the strokes that would take a little bit less energy, I would say.
Well, Morgan Stepp with the purple cap in lane 7 with the lead at that last turn. But she's certainly getting pressure from Lindsay Fano and Erin Hayes. Fano out of Fairview High School. Hayes is out of Highlands Ranch.
Usually your strong IMers are going to have this breaststroke leg down.
Well, it's almost a dead heat between lanes 5, 6, and 7. Hayes, Fano, and Stepp. And the three of them are starting to stretch themselves out away from the rest of the pack. We've got Fano in the middle. Stepp in lane 7 in the purple cap. Hayes in lane 5. Now it's down to Fano and Stepp. And the winner is going to be Lindsay Fano, the senior from Fairview High School. Second place will be Morgan Stepp, the junior out of Douglas County. And in third place, Erin Hayes, the senior out of Highlands Ranch High School. The three of them ran a strong leg, and they come in 1, 2, 3. So we get it set for heat number 5. It'll be Bridget Lewis, senior from Arapahoe High School in lane 2. Kelsey Johnson, the senior from Smoky Hill in lane 3. Sammy Guay, sophomore from Fossil Ridge in lane 4. Shelly Drozda, freshman from Mountain Range in lane 5. Morgan McCormick, sophomore from Arvada West in lane 6. Gianna Salanitro, sophomore from Mountain Vista in lane 7. Jen Harmon, sophomore from Cherry Creek in lane 8. And Sydney Miller, the senior from Loveland in lane 9.
No, it's surprising to see 2 of our top 3 individuals are going to be freshmen in this event.
Yeah, and in this heat, you've got 4 sophomores and a freshman. Shelly Drozda out of Mountain Range, the freshman, the lone freshman in this heat. This is the 5th heat of 7 in tonight's preliminaries from Fort Collins. Tom Helmer and Morgan Wager with you here on CHSAA TV. We'll be with you tonight for the preliminaries. We'll be back tomorrow morning for the diving. And then tomorrow afternoon, it's the finals in the swimming. I'll tell you what, all the girls in the race at this point.
Yeah, that first leg really didn't separate much. Let's see what happens after this backstroke. I think we'll really start to see that separation during the breaststroke leg here.
Kelsey Johnson, the senior from Smoky Hill, running in lane 3. Has the lead at this point. She'll touch the wall with a time of 59.06 and make the turn. She's got 3 other swimmers within a second of her. And if you listen in swimming too, you can hear that whistling as they try and keep that cadence going for their swimmer to keep their rhythm on that breaststroke.
You know, when you're a swimmer, you have that cap on and you're underwater. You really can't hear much or distinguish anything that anybody's saying. So one of the things that everybody can hear is one of those whistles.
Well, Kelsey Johnson with about a half body length lead as she makes the turn. Time of 136.32. She's stretched out to just about a second lead behind the next 2 swimmers. Sammy Guay, Shelly Drozda trying to give her a run for her money in this preliminary.
Got a good race coming on this final stretch.
Johnson, Guay, Drozda. They're 1, 2, 3. Guay starting to pull ahead. Guay may get this one. She touches the wall. And she finishes first, the sophomore out of Fossil Ridge. And right behind her in lane 5 was Shelly Drozda, the freshman who we talked about out of Mountain Ridge. And then it's Kelsey Johnson, the senior from Smoky Hill, coming in 3rd. Kelsey Johnson had been strong throughout that whole heat. And then they reeled her in about the last 20 yards.
You know, those were 2 great finishes there by Shelly and Sammy there on that freestyle leg. Sammy was able to pull it out at the end there. Big drop for Sammy.
Well, now we get ready for Heat 6. And it'll be Mackenzie Atencio, the freshman from Ralston Valley in lane 2. Sarah James, the junior from Doherty High School in lane 3. Tessa Thull, sophomore from Fort Collins in lane 4. Haley Rowley Weist, a freshman from Boulder in lane 5. Kristen Hager in lane 6, senior from Ralston Valley. Carissa Dahlquist, a junior from Mountain Vistas in lane 7. Fiona Dretska out of Legacy High Schools in lane 8. And Jordan Rowe, the sophomore from Arapahoe High School, is in lane 9.
So here's the second fastest qualifier in the middle of the pool. Again, she's a freshman, Haley Rowley Weist.
Now, there are some talented young swimmers here in the state of Colorado.
Looking through these heats, I am seeing a lot of freshmen, sophomores here. That's going to be good news for these years to come.
Dahlquist in lane 7, Rowley Weist in lane 5, currently with the lead. Rowley Weist will touch the wall first, split time of 58.05. Almost 2 seconds ahead of Kristen Hager.
From that last heat's winner, Sammy, she was actually last year's state champion in this event.
And Rowley Weist starting to stretch away from the pack here. Seed time of 2:04.65, 3 seconds better than the next best swimmer in the pool right now. So not a surprise here that she has a strong lead.
Coming in at 1:34.66 at the 150 mark. She should be under her seed time, no problem.
202.09 is the Colorado state record and also the 5A state record. She won't get that here, but it is a strong effort as she touches the wall with a time of 204.20. So Haley Rowley-Weist wins that heat. Coming in second place was Kristen Hager, and in third place, Carissa Dahlquist, the junior out of Mountain Vista. So we'll get set for our final heat of the night in the 200-yard IM. Gabrielle Lady, sophomore out of Highlands Ranch in lane 2. Maggie Burkhart, senior out of Denver East in lane 3. Amanda Sanders, junior out of Monarch in lane 4. Patton's a senior out of Heritage. Bonnie Brandon, keep an eye on her, the senior out of Cherry Creek. She is a tremendous swimmer. And as you take a look at her Cherry Creek cap. And Morgan will talk more about her in a second. Frida Bergeron out of Sweden, the junior at Lewis Palmer, the only year she'll be swimming here in the United States. Victoria Papke, a junior at Lakewood High School, and then we got a freshman from Loveland in lane 9. But you're going to want to keep an eye on lane 6 and lane 7 in this race. Also, Michelle Patton, senior out of Heritage.
Yeah, we should have a great race here in lanes 5, 6, and 7. You know, Bonnie entered 6 seconds different than Shelley in the middle of the pool. But we should see some close races here.
Yeah, Michelle Patton had the quickest time coming into this one, 2 even, 2.83 was her seed time. As they go into the backstroke.
Here you see Bonnie with a quick turnover in that backstroke. That's key coming off that butterfly leg.
Well, Maggie Burkhart in lane 2 putting in a great effort right now, the senior out of Denver East. But Bonnie Brandon in the middle of that pack has about a half body length lead.
You really have to watch out for Bonnie on her freestyle as well. You'll see her later in the 500.
Well, Brandon and Patton swimming 1-2 right now.
Shelley having a really strong breaststroke leg here, just passing Bonnie there on that turn.
Now they're just about neck and neck right now. Michelle Patton with the lead, about a half body length. And as they make the turn, Patton holding on to that half length, but then here comes Bonnie Brandon.
These two really having a close race coming down this final stretch of this 200 IM.
So they are neck and neck at this point. Patton and Brandon. And it's going to be Bonnie Brandon edging out with a time of 201.89. That is a new Colorado state record. The old time was 202.09 by Bonnie from February 12th of 2010. So she just improved on her own state record.
Well, these girls are really swimming fast here in this preliminary event. I'm really excited for tomorrow evening when we see what these girls are really capable of.
Yeah, because at this point, leaving just a little bit in the tank. You need enough to push yourself on to the next round, but you don't have to expend all your energy at this point.
Yeah, these girls are really fighting just for that seed position, really, for tomorrow's finals.
Well, it's time now for the women's 50-yard freestyle. Sarah Reed, the senior from Fairview, in lane 4. Sydney Slauka, the junior from Heritage, in lane 5. And Alex Visca-Hanka, senior from Denver East, in lane 6.
This will be our quickest event of the day, just 2 lengths freestyle.
Visca-Hanka coming out on the outside will win this one. The senior out of Denver East. So the first heat of 7 out of the way here in the women's 50-yard freestyles. We move to the second heat. Kaylee McDonald, sophomore out of Ponderosa High School, will be in lane 2. Georgia Burns is a junior out of Arapahoe. Emily Hunt, the senior out of Rampart, in lane 4. Bailey Nalen, sophomore from Abraham Lincoln High School, is in lane 5. Maddie McGuire, freshman from Heritage, in lane 6. Michaela Gentry, the senior from Fort Collins, in lane 7. Leah Koob, the freshman from Cherry Creek, in lane 8. And Sarah Woods from Pooter is in lane 9, the senior.
Your current state record holder, Missy Franklin, set last year, 22:41. I remember watching that race, just missed the national record, which was 22:30.
Now Missy Franklin not swimming in this event this year. As they make the turn. That's a tight race. Lane 6 with the lead, and that's going to be Maddie McGuire coming in first. And in second place with a time of 25.86 will be Leah Koob. Third place went to Michaela Gentry, the senior out of Fort Collins. So we get set for heat number 3. And you've got a freshman in Sienna Stonesmith out of Fairview High School. And another freshman in Jasmine Markle out of Fossil Ridge High School. Rachel Getz and Caitlin Horner are both sophomores. And the rest are juniors. Boy, and the start's so important in a race like this because everything matters when it's this short.
This race, I mean, really, you have to have a perfect race. You know, everything from the start to your turn to your finish, everything's got to be perfect.
Lane 3, Jasmine Markle getting out in front. And it'll be Jasmine Markle in lane 4, the freshman from Fossil Ridge, winning that heat. Morgan Dickey, the junior from Arapahoe High School, coming in second. And in third place in lane 3, Heidi Viegel, a junior out of Boulder High School. So we get set for heat 4. Morgan Ammon, freshman from Grandview. Amanda Matheson is a sophomore. Kelly Parsons, junior out of Ralston Valley. Sydney Fitchett's a senior from Littleton High School. Mackenzie Sianes, a sophomore. Jill Remmers, junior out of Fort Collins. Jennifer Clinton, senior, in lane 8 out of Denver East. And Erin Dowdy, senior out of Fort Collins, in lane 9. Erin Dowdy with a nice start of the block in lane 9. Amanda Matheson with a slight lead in lane. I'm sorry, Jennifer Clinton in lane 8 with a slight lead. And it looks like Clinton's going to take this heat. And she does with a time of 24.78. Sydney Fitchett and Kelly Parsons coming in second and third.
That 24.78 is going to give her a good shot at making it into tomorrow's finals.
So now we'll get set for the 5th heat. There are 7 heats here in the women's 50-yard freestyle. Hannah Svedlow, senior out of Loveland High School, in lane 2. Kiana Lee, junior out of Grandview, in lane 3. Cassandra Brish, senior out of Heritage, in lane 4. Hannah Kerr, senior out of Columbine, in lane 5. Lorden Moden, freshman out of Legend High School, in lane 6. Laura Days in lane 7. Alyssa Erickson in 8. And Alex Bay in lane 9 out of Cherry Creek High School.
Hannah Kerr in the middle of the pool here is your 3rd fastest qualifier coming into this event today.
Hannah Kaur with a strong effort here has the lead as they come through the final 10 yards. And Kaur will do it with a time of 24.23. Cassandra Brish right behind her comes in second place with a time of 24.76. And in lane 6, Laura Moden with a time of 24.90. Heat 6, Amy Knutson, freshman from Cherry Creek in lane 2. Megan Lahr, another freshman from Lakewood in lane 3. Ania Chitwa, also a freshman from Thunder Ridge High School. Girl with good height. She's 5 inches taller than anybody else on that Thunder Ridge High School team.
Always an advantage in this race.
Height makes a difference. Boy, it is tight as they come down the stretch here.
Close race going on in the middle of the pool there.
And the winner comes in lane 5. Ania Chitwa, the freshman from Thunder Ridge High School. Time of 24.4. Madison Dirks was right behind her in second place, 24.42. And in lane 4 it was Elaine Powell with a time of 24.56. So we get set for the final heat tonight, the preliminaries for the 50-yard freestyle. Olivia Rocks, a sophomore from Boulder High School in lane 2. Jessie Lee, a freshman from Fairview. You got the freshman Taylor Wilson in there as well from Regis. Brooke Hansen, a freshman from Loveland High School. Maggie Chase, a sophomore out of Regis.
Once again, a lot of young girls in this final heat. Brianna Williams, middle of the pool, the only one entered under 24 seconds this week.
Yeah, she had a time of 23.95, the junior out of Fossil Ridge High School. And it's going to be Williams winning this heat with a time of 23.57. Brooke Hansen right behind her, time of 24.16. Third place went to Taylor Wilson with a time of 24.48. So Williams with a qualifying time of 23.95, better than that tonight with a time of 23.57. So that closes the book tonight on the women's 50-yard freestyle. The women's 100-yard butterfly will be coming up next. We look at the results from the third event from the night, which was the women's 200-yard individual medley. Gianna Salanitro came in 16th. Sophomore from Mountain Vista. Jamie Monk was 15th, senior from Regis. Courtney Fossey was 14th out of Fairview. Tessa Thull, sophomore from Fort Collins, was 13th. Carissa Dahlquist, the junior from Mountain Vista, was 12th. Morgan McCormick, 11th, the sophomore out of Arvada West. Maggie Burkhart, the senior from Denver East, 10th. And in 9th place was Amanda Sanders, the junior out of Monarch High School, with a time of 2:08.93. You look at the top 8. Number 8, Kelsey Johnson, a senior out of Smoky Hill High School, with a time of 2:08.79. Shelly Drozda, 7th, freshman out of Mountain Ridge. Sammy Guay, sophomore from Fossil Ridge, 6th place. In 5th, Kristen Hager, senior from Ralston Valley. Frida Bergeron, junior from Lewis Palmer, we talked out of Sweden, swimming just this year in the United States. 4th place, Haley Rowley-Weist, we talked about her, the freshman out of Boulder High School, 3rd. In 2nd, Michelle Patton, the senior out of Heritage High School. And in 1st place, Bonnie Brandon, the senior out of Cherry Creek High School. So that is your top 16 headed into tomorrow night.
Since we have, we're actually going to take off for event 5, which is diving. That will actually take place tomorrow. So we're actually going to have a 20-minute break until we come back and have any more swimming going on.
All right, you're watching CHSAA TV from Fort Collins, Colorado. The swimming and diving championships for 5A. Tom Helmer alongside Morgan Wager with you tonight. And after the break, we'll be back with the women's 100-yard butterfly.
Yeah, everything's good.
Yep. Welcome back to Fort Collins, Colorado, here on CHSAA TV. I'm Tom Helmer alongside Morgan Wager as we continue tonight with the 2012 5A Women's Diving and Swimming Championships from Epic here in Fort Collins. The story of the night so far came earlier in the night in the women's 200-yard freestyle. Missy Franklin, the junior from Regis Jesuit, set a new national record with a time of 1:43.98. You take a look at our schedule coming up for the rest of the weekend. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the diving preliminaries and semifinals. And then it's the swimming and diving finals at 2 o'clock Mountain Time here on CHSAA TV. You can also watch that on ESPN3, as that will be carried in Australia, New Zealand, and Latin America, as well, as all eyes are on Missy Franklin. And as we saw tonight, she not only beat the national record by a couple of seconds, but she did it rather effortlessly, Morgan, in the prelims.
Yeah, I think, a lot of times these girls will save a little bit in the tank, like we talked about earlier, so it really could be interesting of what she does tomorrow night.
Well, we get set now for the women's 100-yard butterfly. And in the first heat, Haley Burke will be in lane 3, the senior from Cherry Creek. We also have a sophomore in there, and Anna Conroy out of Pine Creek High School. And the theme of the night tonight has been young, talented swimmers up and down the board. We've seen a lot of freshmen out swimming a lot of seniors tonight.
I've been really surprised with how many freshmen and sophomore that we've had in the top 3 heats through every event. It looks like through our heat sheets going all the night, it's going to be the same way.
Yeah, you had a freshman in Brooke Hansen earlier tonight in the 50-yard freestyle, finished second out of Loveland High School. Brianna Williams, the junior out of Fossil Ridge, came in first place there. But you look in that top heat, there's a couple freshmen. Annie Achitwa, the freshman from Thunder Ridge, in that top 8 in the 50-yard freestyle. Also Taylor Wilson, the freshman from Regis, came in 6th.
Yeah, that final heat for the 50-yard free, not even a second separating the first person to the last.
Now there's a great crowd on hand here tonight. They had about 100 walk-ups just before the event started tonight. Good crowd. Some of those to see Missy Franklin, some of the others to see just a large pool of talented swimmers here in the state of Colorado. And we're underway in the women's 100-yard butterfly.
So this will be 4 lengths, butterfly. One of the more difficult strokes, I would say.
And why is that?
Just having to pull your entire body up out of the pool as you're moving forward. Breaststroke's going to be the other one that has the same type. You have to come all the way out of the water to take that breath.
Karen Dahlquist with the lead at the turn with a time of 28.74. Dahlquist is the senior out of Mountain Vista High School. Well, Dahlquist with the lead, though she's getting a little pressure out of lane 3 from Haley Burke, the senior out of Cherry Creek High School. But Dahlquist will cruise in with a time of 1:02.69. So she'll win the first heat of the night. We'll have 6 heats here in the women's 100-yard butterfly. So we talked about all the young talent, and what do we see? A senior takes the first heat in the women's 100-yard butterfly. So we get set for heat 2. Carson Glass, sophomore out of Liberty High School in lane 2. Lindsey Patrick, the senior from Cherry Creek, in lane 3. Barbara Barasio, junior from Gateway, in lane 4. Holly Dawson in lane 5. She's a senior. Blair Kaczynski, the senior from Monarch, in lane 6. Games in lane 7. She's a junior out of Chatfield. Forner in lane 8. Snyder in lane 9.
Down here in lane 8, you'll see Danielle Fournier taking advantage of that underwater kick.
Boy, yeah, I mean, she looked like 20 yards underwater.
Yeah, you get 15 meters, and if you get beyond that, you can get disqualified.
For a second, I was looking down to lane 8. I don't think she's coming up. Well, as they make the turn, the best time coming out of lane 3, 28.64. That's Lindsay Patrick, the senior out of Cherry Creek High School. And they come down the final 25 yards. Lindsay Patrick out in front. And it serves us right for talking about all the young talent. It's a senior again out in front. And Lindsay Patrick is going to win this heat with a time of 1:01.92. It was Kelly Nays who went to Cherry Creek, setting the Colorado State record back in 2010 with a time of 54.24. That is absolutely flying.
It'll be interesting to see if we can get anybody that breaks that state record this year.
Now, both times over a minute in the first 2 heats of this preliminary, so we'll get set for heat 3 of 6. Sydney Murphy, the senior out of Ponderosa High School, will be in lane 2. You have a couple of freshmen. Talia Calancia, the freshman out of Chaparral. Sydney Cutler in lane 4, the freshman out of Regis. Morgan Stepp in lane 5, junior out of Douglas County. Grace Garrett out of Cherokee Trail in lane 6. Amanda Matheson is a sophomore out of Grandview. She's in lane 7. Hannah Hartel, freshman out of Lewis Palmer in lane 8. And Paige Witter, the junior out of George Washington, is in lane 9. And as you talked about before, Morgan, it's just such a, you look at it as a fan, it's such a labor-intensive stroke.
It's hard because you got your arms coming out at the same time. You know, your arms weigh quite a bit along with the rest of your upper body coming out. The biggest,
you want to keep that rhythm.
You really do.
Now they make the stretch as they head down the final 25. And it's a pretty tight race. Morgan Stepp out in front, and Morgan Stepp is going to win this one with a time of 1 minute even.
That's one of those things you never want to see as a swimmer. You always just hope for that 59. That was a great swim, though, by Morgan.
Now lane 2, or second place, came out of lane 7. Amanda Matheson, the sophomore from Grandview High School, with a time of 1:01.19. But 1 minute flat is the fastest qualifying time so far tonight. So we move along to heat 4. You see Krell, she's a senior out of Loveland. Garside out of Legacy High School. Dirks is a sophomore from Grandview. Bailey Nero, freshman out of Fossil Ridge. She'll be next to Maggie Burkhart, the senior from Denver East. Morgan Kings in lane 7 out of Greeley West. Olga Britton, the sophomore out of Lewis Palmer in lane 8. And Jenny Pennick, the freshman from Mountain Vista, is in lane 9.
With each swimmer staying underwater a longer amount of time, you get to save a little bit from the upper body and taking that amount of strokes, but you also have to hold that breath and use a little more of your legs going. So
well, the key is trying to stay as close to that 15 meters without going over as you possibly can.
Yeah.
Well, after the first 50, it's Bailey Nero, the freshman, with the lead, a split time of 26.98. Nero wearing the green hat, trying to stretch out that lead. Nero makes the time She had a qualifying time of 57.12. We'll see if she can break the 1 minute mark here. Looking good as she heads down the stretch. And as she gets to the wall, she wins it with a time of 57.13. Her qualifying time was 57.12. So she's right on the mark as far as she's concerned. And she turns in the fastest qualifying time so far tonight in the women's 100-yard butterfly.
Great swim by Madison Dirks, bringing down 2 seconds there.
At third place, you had Maggie Burkhardt right next to her in lane 6. But a great effort there by Bailey Nero. So the young talent continues to shine here in Fort Collins as we get set for heat number 5. Taylor Bissert's a junior out of Fairview. Got all juniors and seniors in this heat. Lewis, a senior. Dahlquist, junior out of Mountain Vista. Horodsky, a senior out of Columbine. You have 2 Cherry Creek swimmers together in Kane and Wickstead. Kane's a senior, Wickstead a junior. And then you've got 2 Fairview swimmers side by side in lanes 8 and 9. Gamble, a senior. Frick is a junior. This is the 5th heat of the night. The 5th of 6 here in the women's 100-yard butterfly. Tom Helmer, along with Morgan Wager, poolside at Epic here in Fort Collins. This will be all prelude to tomorrow afternoon's swim finals. If you just joined us, Missy Franklin setting a national record tonight in the 200-yard freestyle with a time of 1:43.98. The old record was 1:47.33, so almost 4 seconds better in that race, which was the second event of the night. Right now we're at event number 6, the 100-yard butterfly. Great crowd tonight here in Fort Collins to watch this swimming. .57.13, the fastest qualifying time so far in the 100-yard butterfly, which was just turned in by Bailey Nero, the freshman from Fossil Ridge.
Carissa Dahlquist, Ashley Herdisky, Fiona Kane, and Colleen Wickstead are all strong individuals in this race. It should be a good race all the way to the end.
They all had sub 1 minute qualifying times. Horodsky had a time of 56.48, so if somebody's going to get under Nero's 57.13, she may be the person to do it. She's swimming in lane 5 for Columbine High School. They make the turn for the final stretch.
Ashley likes to get out fast and see if she can come home.
And it's going to be Horodsky coming in at 58.01. Not the fastest time tonight, but impressive nonetheless. And coming in second and third are the teammates from Cherry Creek, Fiona Kane and Colleen Wickstead. You had 4 swimmers in that heat come in under a minute. 4th place was Carissa Dahlquist with a time of 59.13.
I think if we're going to have anybody that gets close to that new state record, this is going to be the heat to do it. Erin Metzger-Seymour in lane 5.
Now this will be the final heat tonight in the women's 100-yard butterfly. Julia Box in lane 4 is a freshman out of Fairview High School. You've got 3 sophomores, Erin Metzger-Seymour, Sammy Guay, you also had 4 people in this heat that qualified under the 1 minute mark. As you said, Morgan, the quickest, Erin Metzger-Seymour, who had a time of 55.85. Our fastest time tonight so far, 57.13.
One person also to walk out for is lane 6, Frida Berggren from Lewis Palmer.
Frida Berggren, the Swedish swimmer we've talked about, an exchange student over here for the year and has become one of the better swimmers in the state. Metzger-Seymour out in front, and she will touch the wall with a time of 56.64. So that is the #1 time as they will head into tomorrow night. 56.64 as she nudges out Bailey Nero, the freshman from Fossil Ridge. There you see Metzger-Seymour, sophomore from Ralston Valley High School. So tremendous effort by her, and with that, that closes out the women's 100-yard butterfly. Next up will be the women's 100-yard freestyle. Bonnie Brandon, who's here tonight, is the state record holder with a time of 49.61. There'll be 6 heats in this event as well tonight, as we get set for heat 1. Jasmine Markle, freshman from Fossil Ridge, in lane 4, the youngest swimmer in the pool in this heat, had a qualifying time of 56.62.
This will be another quick race, just 4 lengths freestyle.
I think if I were to swim, these would be my events. Just as quickly as I can get out.
It is a favorite of some, yes.
I mean, if you were equating it to track, though, these are the sprinters.
Correct, yes. Unfortunately, we won't have our state record holder swimming this event this season. She's actually going to go and do something different for the distance event of the 500 free later on.
Well, here they come down the stretch. Jasmine Markle in lane 4, out in front, and she'll touch the wall with a time of 55.17 as she wins this heat. In second place in lane 6 was Courtney Reed, the junior out of Liberty High School. So 55.17, our top time as we make our way through the heats here in the 100-yard freestyle. In heat 2, Carla Mealy, junior out of Regis, in lane 2. Morgan Ammon, freshman from Grandview High School. A lot of freshmen in this heat. Cola Lancia, freshman out of Chaparral High School. You have Taylor Wilson, the freshman out of Regis High School. Maggie Chase is a sophomore out of Regis. So you have 3 Regis swimmers in this heat, representing 3 different classes: a freshman, a sophomore, and a junior.
You know, we saw a lot of freshmen in that 50 freestyle, so it's not surprising that we're seeing more of those younger classes here also in the 100.
Now, there's been some articles written that maybe right now is kind of the golden age of women's swimming right now in Colorado, or just a part of a cycle where right now it's just a high.
You know, it's interesting to see with somebody like Missy, who's so young and racing so well, and then you have some of the older ones coming back and doing very well. So we have a mix of ages that are going to be going to that Olympic team.
They head down the stretch. Looks like Taylor Wilson out in front in lane 6. Her teammate in lane 2, Carla Mealy, putting the pressure on. Taylor Wilson out in front. She will touch the wall first with a time of 54.03. And our quickest time up to this point here in the women's 100-yard freestyle. Regis well represented tonight. We've talked plenty about Missy Franklin, but it's just a talented Regis team. Brianna Labrie, the junior from Regis, will be in lane 5 here in heat 3. And we talk about the freshmen. Sietta Stone-Smith is a freshman from Fairview High School, and Amy Knutson, a freshman from Cherry Creek High School. Brianna with the Quickest qualifying time in this heat, 55.75.
Yeah, this will be the last heat before we get to our barrel seating, so you're going to see the field pretty close together here.
And quickly, Morgan, if you could explain again how the barrel seating works.
Barrel seating is going to be your last 3 heats that take place. The final heat, the middle of the pool, will be your fastest individual. The second to last heat, again, in the middle of the pool, will be your second fastest seed. Third final heat, or the third to last would be the third fastest swimmer going in, and then you start the cycle over again for each of the other lanes.
Now they head down the final 25 yards. And Amy Knudsen out in lane 9, the freshman at Cherry Creek High School, is going to touch the wall first with a time of 54.54. So of the first 3 heats we've had, all 3 have been won by freshmen. Jasmine Markle won the first heat, the freshman out of Fossil Ridge. The second heat was won by Taylor Wilson, the freshman out of Regis. And now Amy Knudsen, the freshman out of Cherry Creek, with a time of 54.54. 54.03 is the top time so far as we get set for heat number 4. And a couple freshmen in lane 2 and 3, Henniger and Fawcett. Henniger out of Rampart, Fawcett out of Fossil Ridge. And you've got the upperclassman Kerr, a senior out of Columbine. Smith and Rowe are juniors. Spofford, Verhoeven, and Dowdy are seniors.
You know, it's great to see these younger classes and how fast they're actually going. Really shows that we got another couple years ahead. We have some fast Colorado swimming.
Verhoeven probably a little disappointed earlier in the night as she was edged out by 1/100th of a second for 16th place earlier in the evening. So she's going to make an attempt here to qualify. And again, they come down the final 25 yards. Lacey Smith, the junior from Fairview, out in front. And she will touch the wall with a time of 53.75. Our fastest time tonight so far, and as Morgan said, we're now into the barrel qualifying. So Lacey Smith, the junior from Fairview, who qualified with a time of 52.97, swims to a time of 53.75. She's the first non-freshman to win a heat so far tonight in the women's 100-yard freestyle. So we get set for heat number 5, 5 of 6. Mackenzie Sands, sophomore out of Mountain Range High School in lane 2. Hannah Svedlow, senior from Loveland in lane 3. Emily Campbell is a senior out of Fossil Ridge. Brianna Williams, the junior from Fossil Ridge in lane 5. So you've got teammates side by side there. Kristen Hager is a senior along with Wilson and Clinton. And Megan Lars, a freshman out of Lakewood High School.
With these barrel-seated heats, you'll start to see that pyramid shape start to form. Usually the middle lanes will be out in front, with the outside lanes more to the back, just based off their seed times.
It's Brianna Williams, the junior out of Fossil Ridge, with the lead as she touches the wall with a time of 25.48. So they get ready for the final 50 yards. Williams holding that lead, green swim cap. She's got her teammate Emily Campbell in lane 4 right next to her. And it could be a 1-2 finish for Fossil Ridge here. Tight race for second place. Williams is going to touch the wall with a time of 52.34. And her teammate comes in second, Emily Campbell, and she comes in at 53.33. Almost a full second behind Rihanna Williams.
Earlier in the 50 free, Rihanna Williams going into tomorrow's finals, she was our top qualifier at 23:57. So seeing her up here in the lead for the 100, not surprising.
Yeah, she has the best time tonight, and now we get set for the final heat here, the women's 100-yard freestyle. And there'll be 4 freshmen in this race. Jessie Lee in lane 9 from Fairview. Lauren Moden, a freshman from Legend High School. Moynihan is a freshman out of Arapahoe in lane 6. And Annie Achetois, freshman out of Thunder Ridge High School. The freshmen have been well represented in the heats here tonight in the 100-yard freestyle.
We talked earlier about how important those starts were. If you look over in lane 3, Nicole Russell maybe struggled off the block a little bit here.
Well, Annie Achetois, the freshman out of Thunder Ridge, had the lead at the split. I talked to her coach a little earlier tonight. She's a tremendous swimmer. I was talking to her about her name. Hopefully I'm not butchering it here. She comes down the stretch. That's a tight one. And it's Elaine Powell in lane 4, the junior out of Cherry Creek High School, with a time of 52.64. So Rihanna Williams from heat number 5 will actually end up with the fastest time tonight at 52.34 seconds, the junior out of Fossil Ridge. And Elaine Powell right in there, the junior out of Cherry Creek. So that'll wrap up the women's 100-yard freestyle. And we'll come to the point in the night where things start to stretch out a little bit here as we get to the women's 500-yard freestyle.
This is our longest race that we have here for high school. It's going to be 20 lengths of the pool. They'll also do something a little bit different with this race, just to let you know that you have 2 lengths to go. You'll hear a gun.
So I should be prepared for that.
Be prepared on the last 2 lengths to go.
I don't always do great with loud noises. This will be the first of 6 heats. You saw the names at the start of the race. A couple of freshmen in this heat. One of them is Kaylin Flatt. She's a freshman out of Cherry Creek High School. The other freshman, Erin Reiner, who's out of Rock Canyon High School. Shannon Beasley in lane 3, junior out of Heritage. One of the quicker qualifying times in this heat came from Tori Weimer. She's a senior out of Fossil Ridge. She had a time of 5:33.66. The state record in the 500-yard freestyle set by Bonnie Brandon out of Cherry Creek. She did it in February of 2010 with a time of 4:51.56.
She'll be swimming here later on this evening in heat 6. You know, it would be great to see Bonnie get under 450 and break that state record again.
Now Bonnie's qualifying time 4:56.93. And I'll tell you what, when you're doing this type of distance here, you have to keep track of your rhythm. You have to keep track of your breathing. You also have to just keep track of how far you really are into this thing. Is it easy to lose track?
You know, it can be. You know, each coach gives a different type of race plan. Each swimmer's, you know, trained a certain way to how to do this. You know, we do put counters down at the end of the pool to help you keep going, remind you where you're at. And then you also have the gun lap to, you know, a little startle, but remind you that you only have 2 lengths to go.
Well, we do have the results tonight from the women's 100-yard butterfly. Erin Metzger-Seymour, the sophomore from Ralston Valley, #1 in the preliminaries with a time of 56.64. Bailey Nero, the freshman out of Fossil Ridge, was second. Frida Bergeron, the junior from Lewis Palmer, we've talked plenty about her tonight, third. Madison Dirks, the sophomore from Grandview High School, fourth. Ashley Horodsky, senior from Columbine, fifth. Maggie Burkhart, 6th, Fiona Kane 7th, and Colleen Wickstead 8th. If you look at the next 8 qualifiers, it was Julia Box from Fairview, another freshman, Naomi Einhelling, Morgan King, Carissa Dahlquist 12th, Kiana Lee 13th, Sammy Guay 14th, Morgan Stepp 15th, and Danelle Garside 16th. Just edging out by 0.02 of a second, Olivia Rock, the sophomore out of Boulder. Also right in there was Bridget Lewis, the senior from Arapahoe High School.
We just hit our 300 mark here in the 500, so we have 8 lengths to go.
This is the first heat of 6 heats tonight in the women's 500-yard freestyle.
You know, it's nice. They actually got these poles on the counters now. They used to have to kneel down and get splashed like crazy and just hold those through the water. So
technology, it always makes things, you know, it always makes things better.
And keeps people dry.
Well, I see one of them having trouble there flipping the numbers at the end there. It could be problematic if you aren't ready when your swimmer gets to the end there and get that thing down in the water.
So this is coming through at the 400 now. We have 100 left. So after 2 more lengths of the pool, you'll see one of the referees behind the block shoot off the gun once Erin Reiner there flips at the wall.
Well, I'd imagine, you know, you got to keep your own pace and not buy into what other people in the pool are doing, getting yourself thrown off or trying to push yourself into an uncomfortable area, because you don't want to wear yourself out in this type of lengthy race.
It really depends on how you train. Some people might train for that, you know, race to get out in front and hang on. Others might train a little bit more for that middle area or towards the finish to really kick it in.
Well, you heard the gun. Erin Reiner, the freshman from Rock Canyon High School, in lane 4, and she's neck and neck with Kaylin Flatt, the freshman out of Cherry Creek High School. So freshmen have really been a story tonight in really all the events we've covered, all 8 up to this point. And now you've got a pair of freshmen battling it out. And the winner will be Flatt, coming in with a time of 5:24.01.
Good job, Abby. Nice job, Abby.
10 seconds better than her qualifying time of 5:34.56. And right with her in lane 4 was Erin Reiner with a time of 5:24.21.
Those were some huge drops for both those, Kaylin and Erin, both 10 and 9-second drops there.
So the only 2 freshmen in the heat finish 1 and 2. And we'll get set for the second heat tonight. As we said, 6 heats in this. Coming up after the women's 500-yard freestyle will be the women's 200-yard freestyle relay.
Step up. Take your mark.
Yeah, that 200 freestyle relay, that'll be our second of 3 that we'll have this evening.
Now you've got Mackenzie Ammon, the freshman from Grandview High School, in lane 2 and off to a great start in this race. She had a qualifying time of 5:32.02. Next to her in lane 3 is Hannah White, the junior out of Greeley West. Then you've got a pair of sophomores, Lauren Alfino from Mountain Vista and Hannah Meehan, a sophomore from Grandview. Allison McKender from Legacies in lane 6. Ashley Sull, the senior from Cherry Creek, in lane 7. Jennifer Kuhn, the junior from Fairview, in lane 8. And in lane 9, Rachel Akers, a junior from Loveland High School.
This is one of those instances where it really helps to be out in front. You know, you see Mackenzie over there on the outside lane. She can see the entire field and where she's at.
Now the results in for the women's 100-yard freestyle. If you're watching with us, Brianna Williams had the top time of 52.34. She's a junior out of Fossil Ridge. Elaine Powell from Cherry Creek was second. Moynihan, the freshman, the top freshman from Arapahoe, finished third. Then you had Emily Campbell. Then Annie Achitois and Kristen Hager actually tied with a time of 53.39. They tied for fifth. Lacey Smith came in seventh, and there was a tie for eighth between Taylor Wilson and Karen Rowe. Wilson, the freshman out of Regis, and Rowe, the junior out of Lewis Palmer. They tied with a time of 54.03.
So with that tie being in eighth place, we're actually going to have a swim off to see who would swim in the final heat for tomorrow and who swims in the consolation final heat tomorrow.
So they'll have that swim off. Meanwhile, the rest of the pack, rounding out the top 16, Hannah Kerr, the senior from Columbine, came in 10th. Alex Bay, junior out of Cherry Creek, 11th. Amy Knutson was 12th, the freshman out of Cherry Creek. Samantha Chacon, the sophomore from Heritage, 13th. Quinn Fawcett was 14th, freshman out of Fossil Ridge. Zoe Verhoeven, who just failed to qualify in another event earlier in the night, finished 17th, finished 15th in the 100-yard freestyle. And Mackenzie Sains, the sophomore from Mountain Range High School, 16th with a time of 54.90. So we will have that swim off between Taylor Wilson and Karen Raw, the junior from Lewis Palmer.
Right now we got the outside lanes really taking it the rest of the field here. They're out in front by quite a bit.
Yeah, you've got Rachel Akers in lane 9 on the far side of your screen in the lead. She's the junior from Loveland. And then down in lane 2 on the right side of your screen, Mackenzie Ammon, the freshman out of Grandview High School.
7 lengths left to go for the two on the outside, Mackenzie and Rachel there.
What's funny is you look at the two of them leading the pack by a fairly large margin. They had the two slowest qualifying times coming into this heat.
They did for the heat. You know, it's surprising to see this field spread out so much when the coming in, they were only a second apart.
Now it's a two-person heat at this point. Mackenzie in lane 2, Mackenzie Ammon, and Akers in lane 9. There you see Ammon as she makes the turn.
So we're coming into 400. We have 100 left to go, 4 lengths. We should see these two girls drop quite a bit of time as well.
Yeah, Mackenzie Ammon's qualifying time was 5 minutes 32 seconds, .02. And Akers' qualifying time was 5 minutes 33 seconds, .15.
I think we're going to see another 10-second drop for both of these girls. Be ready for that gun here. Two lengths to go for these two girls for the rest of the field here.
A time of 4:48.93 for Akers and 4:49.07 for Ammon. So we'll see between the two of them who has the better kick here over the final 25 yards. And right now it looks like Ammon in lane 2 with the edge, so she's going to win this heat, and she is going to have a huge drop in her qualifying time as she touches the wall with a time of 5:20.32. 12 seconds better than her qualifying time.
Last two heats, two individuals both dropping 10 seconds or more. That's great to see.
Rachel Akers finished second, coming in just about 2 seconds behind, a time of 5 minutes 22 seconds. So we'll get ready for the third heat tonight. Third of 6 here in the 500-yard freestyle. Laura Foster, the junior from Lakewood High School, will be in lane 2. Miranda Sullivan is a freshman. Had a qualifying time of 5:28.53. Miller's a senior. Rowland is a sophomore. Lindsay Kriz out of Regis, a junior. Had a qualifying time of 5:24.79. And you've got Varner, who's a freshman. Heather Jordan, a freshman out of Rock Canyon. And Mary Scraggs, the senior out of Fairview High School. And a nice pace by this group through the first 25 yards. You see Laura Foster in lane 2. Has that tape on her shoulder, and you'll see athletes use that. You'll see it with baseball players. It can almost be like a harness in some ways, the way they use that tape over the shoulder. You see the pink tape on her left shoulder. And it's funny, and you see it in the Olympics too, just the way technology advances with the type of swimsuits and the caps. And in fact, you and I were talking earlier, and some of the girls were actually checking out the swimsuits of other girls, the brands, wondering, you know, what's the top brand? What type of suit do I want to have? Because, you know, in some races, that fraction of a second makes a difference.
You know, that technology got so good at one point that you know, they had to basically make some suits illegal.
Right.
So they made new standards for what suits can really be, the rules behind them. So you won't be seeing any of those here.
Yeah, maybe it was 4 years ago. You saw some of the U.S. team in those suits. They're almost like shark skin type suits, or they, you know, the way they were built to let the water go over the suit. I mean, the stuff they come up with is pretty amazing. Well, out in lane 5, Jane Rowland, the sophomore from Cherry Creek, is setting the pace here in heat 3.
You know, we're here watching the 5A meet just up here at the Epic Pool in Fort Collins, but we also have the 4A championship meet located down in Thornton at the new VMAC facility. So both of these are running at the same time. Basically same kind of time frames. Tomorrow they'll be diving for there as well, and also the championship event tomorrow afternoon down there.
Well, one of the reasons they have the 5A here at Epic is it is the largest seating capacity of any indoor pool here in the state of Colorado, to my understanding.
Yeah, it could be, and that VMAC pool down in Thornton, it's a newer pool, built basically the same, Olympic-sized facility with the seating it's behind us where we're at, and a little bit of the same. So as you see how the bleachers are up top, that's a little bit how that VMAC pool is built as well.
Well, it's a top-notch facility here. Morgan Wager, Tom Helmer with you here on CHSAA TV. We're glad to have you with us this evening here at the 2012 CHSAA Swimming and Diving 5A Finals. After tonight, be sure to join us tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the diving. And then after a short break, we'll be back at 2 o'clock. You can see us here on CHSAA TV or on ESPN3 as we bring you the swimming finals, which will not only be carried throughout the state, but into Latin America, Australia, and New Zealand, as the swimming nation keeps an eye on Missy Franklin, who, if you just joined us earlier tonight, set a national record in the 200-yard freestyle with a time of 1:43.98.
It's great to see the exposure that Colorado Swimming is going to get with this viewing tomorrow. Surprising how much this field is separated here with the time. Their qualifying time so close together. We have 100 left, 4 lengths of the pool.
Well, Lindsay Kriz, the time of 4:09.59 on that turn, is the leader right now. She's out of Regis High School. And she's got Jane Rowland right next to her. Giving her everything she can handle. Rowland, sophomore out of Cherry Creek. As you hear the gun, Chris trying to put a little distance between herself and Rowland. The time right now, 4:41.52 is the lead time at the turn.
You see two of the fastest times here, just over 5:10. We were on that 5:14 mark.
So it's a two-person race right now between Chris and Rowland. And it's going to be Lindsey Chris, the junior from Regis, touching the wall first with a time of 5:12.07. And she's 12 seconds better than her qualifying time. Rowland comes in second, time of 5:13.72. So Lindsey Chris with the fastest time tonight, 5 minutes, 12 seconds. As she wins heat 3, edging out the sophomore Rowland.
Now looking at our qualifying times for the next 3 heats, if those two had came in with those times, they would have been probably top 16 there.
Now we get set for heat 4. There are 6 heats tonight in the 500-yard freestyle. Victoria Vanderpool, sophomore out of Rock Canyon. Gabriel Morley is a junior from Arapahoe. Stoddard, a senior. Myers, a sophomore. Addison is a freshman. Mary Lombardi's out of Legacy. Kotliarski's a senior from Highlands Ranch. And Richter is a junior out of Doherty High School. And run away in heat 4. Now getting under your qualifying time has been the theme in this event. In the first heat, you had Kaylin Flatt, the freshman out of Cherry Creek, win it with a time of 5:24. Her qualifying time was 5:34, so she was 10 seconds better. Then in the next heat, you had another freshman, Mackenzie Ammon from Grandview, coming with a time of 5:20. That was 12 seconds better than her qualifying time. And then Lindsey Chris in the last heat at 5:12, 12 seconds better than her qualifying time, the junior out of Regis. And you also had Jane Rowland, the sophomore from Cherry Creek, come in 11 seconds better than her qualifying time.
You know, these longer races, you do normally see the bigger time drop, but you know, seeing these girls drop 10, 12 seconds, it's great.
And you and I talked about before the meet that swimming at altitude can be a little bit slower time.
Yeah, like we have some adjusted times for the automatic All-American and the All-American consideration times. It's really only for the longer races, the 200s and above. But there is a different type of there's a gap. There's a calculation that takes place for those adjusted times.
And you also talked about really the way the course is set up today. It's in a little shallower part of the pool, which can actually slow times as well.
Yeah, they do have the ability. It's with the diving down here at the end in the deeper part, we're not able to push the bulkheads to the deeper area, but that would tend to be a faster part of the pool to have them move down to that end.
Now the state record time in the 500-yard freestyle is 4 minutes and 51.56 seconds by Bonnie Brandon, who's here tonight.
Now it's just interesting to see that back just on the 100 free before she was a state record holder. So you have a sprint event there, then you move up to the 500 free, more the distance race, who's also the Colorado state record holder. So, you know, very versatile swimmer there in Bonnie.
Now this heat currently a two-person race between Paula Stoddard in lane 4 and Madeline Myers in lane 5. Stoddard is the senior from Mountain Vista. Myers, the sophomore from Ralston Valley. one of two Ralston Valley swimmers in this heat, the other being Kaylee Addison, who's right next to her in lane 6. She's a freshman. These two women setting the pace right now.
You know, as you look on the sides of the pool with different camera shots, you'll see some of the coaches as well doing all kinds of different things. Right now, you're not really seeing anybody do much, but they all have their watches. But you'll see some do some kick movements and some whistles and some waves and some jumping. It's all different.
Well, 3:30.63 at the turn for Myers, just about 2 seconds ahead of Stoddard. Which is interesting when you looked at Myers' qualifying time, was almost 8 seconds better than Stoddard's. Still a lot of time left in this race.
Yeah, Madeline coming in as the 3rd fastest qualifier. Just seeing the barrel type seating here, you know, Madeline Myers entered at 5:03.38. Over here in lane 9, Sewell Richter at 5:24.23.
Well, Myers has stretched her lead out to almost 3 seconds now over Stoddard. Myers' qualifying time was 5 minutes, 3.38 seconds. As the gun goes off, the final 2 lengths. And actually, Stoddard has closed the gap a little bit, now 2 seconds behind. But it looks very much like this will be Myers' race, as she had the final 25 yards.
So we should see just under 5:05 here for Madeline Myers. So closest swim so far to that 5-minute barrier.
So Madeline Myers will win this heat with a time of 5:03.61. Right behind her is Paula Stoddard with a time of 5:06.72. So the 2 Rabbits who set the pace in that heat come in 1-2. And Madeline Myers has the fastest time tonight in the 500-yard freestyle with that 5:03.61. So through the first 4 heats, we've had 2 freshmen, a junior, and a sophomore win those heats. As you look at the names here for heat number 5, Riedenbach's a freshman out of Ralston Valley. Her teammate Sorensen right next to her. Sorensen, a senior there in lane 3. Emily Mayo, the junior out of Arapahoe High School in lane 4. Richie's a sophomore. Arnold is a junior. Taylor Kidd out of Grand Junction High School. Allison Bischoff, senior from Chaparral. And Fiona Dretska is in lane number 9. She's out of Legacy.
You know, just in the 200 freestyle, Amanda Ritchie, Allison Arnold, same exact spots where they are now. So we'll see another battle here in the middle of the pool for the 500.
Yeah, Amanda Ritchie had a sub-5 qualifying time. 4 minutes, 59 seconds. 0.22. She's only one of 2 people that qualified under 5 minutes. The other, Bonnie Brandon, who will be in the next heat out of Cherry Creek, who had a time of 4:56.93. As we told you before, Brandon is the state record holder and 5A record holder with a time of 4:51.56.
There's Amanda Ritchie on your screen there in the middle.
As we said, Ritchie is sophomore.
Emily Mayo doing well on that 200 free as well. We should see the 3 girls in the middle of the pool here have a great race.
Well, if you look at the next best qualifying time in this heat, it comes from Allison Arnold, a junior from Legend, with a time of 5:07. Right now it's Mayo, Ritchie, and Arnold setting the pace. The three swimmers in the middle of the pool.
Got a good race going on over here in the outside lanes, 7, 8, and 9 as well.
We got Mayo in lane 4, Ritchie in lane 5. Pretty much neck and neck. And Allison Arnold looking to keep pace. And they seem to be moving here at a pretty good clip as they make the turn. Time of 1:26.03 for Amanda Ritchie.
Seems like she's starting to extend her lead just a little bit here. Wouldn't be surprised to see her extend that throughout the race.
Tom Helmer, Morgan Wager with you here in Fort Collins. Glad to have you with us here on a Friday night in Fort Collins for the 5A women's swimming and diving finals.
At the 200, Amanda out 1:55.91. On pace for a sub-minute 500, or sub-5-minute 500, sorry about that.
Well, it's Mayo and Ritchie neck and neck right now. Ritchie's qualifying time was almost 11 seconds better than Ritchie's. But the two of them setting the pace right now and just pulling away from the rest of the field. Allison Arnold, who had kept pace through the early part of this race, starting to fall back, but comfortably in third place right now.
24 seconds separates the top seed in this heat, Amanda Ritchie, from the 8th place seed in this heat.
Well, on that turn, it's Mayo with the lead. 2:56, less than a second behind her is Ritchie.
8 lengths left to go.
Well, they're just on a solid pace right now. And it helps when you have someone in that lane right next to you at the same pace to help push yourself.
Yeah, I mean, neither one want to give up that lead, and Amanda's going to keep fighting to get it back.
It's Emily Mayo out in front as they make the turn.
Coming down the stretch for the 400 here. They have 100 left to go. Both girls still on pace to go sub 5 minutes.
They both make the turn at 3:58, 0.5 of a second between the two. The leader at the turn, Mayo, but it's Mayo and Ritchie. Really setting a blistering pace in this heat. You'll hear the gun. And they make the turn. Both of them at 4:29, 0.6 of a second between them.
2 lengths left to go. This is going to be a battle to the end.
Mayo still has the lead. And here they come, Mayo and Ritchie, neck and neck down the stretch. And it's Ritchie pulling ahead over the final 10 yards with a sub 5 minute time of 4:59.37. And right on her heels at 5 minutes, almost dead even, is Emily Mayo, the junior out of Arapahoe High School.
No, you see just another one of those big drops. 10 seconds from the seed time for Emily Mayo there.
Oh, they just seem to do a tremendous job of pushing each other. Had a great pace out of the gate. And for a while, Allison Arnold was in the mix with them. And then she tended to drift back. She ends up with a time of 5:09.46. Good enough for third place in this heat.
Amanda Ritchie, great finish on that last 25 for Amanda Ritchie there from Boulder.
Well, as you look at the names there, if you want to pick one that's going to be a sub-5 time here, it will most likely be the state record holder, Bonnie Brandon, who's in lane 5, the senior out of Cherry Creek High School. Her qualifying time was 4:56.93. Almost 9 seconds better than the next qualifier in this heat, Mary Hinton, the sophomore from Heritage High School. So Amanda Ritchie's 4:59.37, the best time in the prelims so far tonight here in the 500-yard freestyle. We'll see what Bonnie Brandon has to say about that. As we have said before, back on February 12th of 2010, she set that state record with a time of 4 minutes, 51.56 seconds.
Bonnie here very capable of breaking that 450 barrier. Earlier in her 200 IM, also racing next to somebody from Heritage. First, it was Shelly Patton. This time, Mary Hinton from Heritage.
Well, if she could break that 450 barrier, we'll see a new state record.
This will be one of those times where it's such a long race, we might see Bonnie take a little bit easier here in the prelims. Really see her crank it up maybe tomorrow night.
Well, she's got the lead right now as she makes the turn. And she'll try and put some distance between the two women swimming next to her, Bailey Nero, the freshman from Fossil Ridge, and Mary Hinton, the sophomore from Heritage High School.
I can't remember if we saw Bonnie in that first relay starting us off this evening. She could still have 2 events to go.
Nero's the name we talked about earlier in the evening as she came in second in the women's 100-yard butterfly. The top placing freshman of the 16 with a time of 57.13, which was just 100th of a second off her qualifying time. The next best freshman time in the 100-yard butterfly was turned in by Julia Box, the freshman out of Fairview High School, who had a time of 58.63.
This will be the halfway point here, coming in for Bonnie.
Well, at the halfway point, she has a time of 2:26.50. So definitely sub-5 pace at this point. But as you said before, how hard will she push herself as she gets ready for tomorrow night?
Yeah, Bonnie seems to be building through this race here, it looks like. But looks like to me that she's holding back a little bit. A little less legs than she normally would use. Still great underwaters coming out of those walls.
Right now, Bailey Nero, the freshman, is in second place. 2:59.79 in the turn. 3 seconds off the pace, which is being set by Brandon. You see coaches signaling to their swimmers. A lot of whistling going on over there.
Yeah, we're lucky to have the headsets on. We're going to miss out that piece.
Now, I understand the whistle in the butterfly, the breaststroke, not so much in the 500. Just trying to get attention?
It's more just, getting attention, being excited. Sometimes it's
keep the energy up of the swimmer.
Yeah, as a coach who also whistles, I would do the same thing.
Is that your technique? Is that your go-to, the whistling?
It's the easy way. It saves the voice.
A lot of jumping up and down and arm waving too, or?
I like to sit down and just do the whistling piece. We got 4 lengths left to go here. 100 left.
Well, Bonnie Brandon way out in front. Will she have the top qualifying time? She needs to beat 4:59.37. There's the gun as we get set for the final 50. She makes the turn at a time of 4:27.03.
It'll be the last time we have to hear that gun, at least for today, so that's a good thing. Bonnie should be coming home under 5 minutes here.
Well, here she comes down the stretch. And as she comes in, she'll be well under 5 minutes, a time of 4:56.21, the fastest qualifying time tonight.
Good swim here by Bailey Nero.
Yeah, Bailey Nero comes in at 5:05.06. So a great time for her, the freshman. We've talked quite a bit about her tonight.
It'd be really interesting to see if Bonnie has to get out and jump in the 5th heat of this next race.
Coming up next will be the women's 200-yard freestyle relay. It'll be the 9th event of the night. The team of Cherry Creek High School set the pace last year with a state record time of 1:34.4. As we get set for the first heat of 5, it'll be Brighton Prairie View High School in lane 2, Dakota Ridge in 3, Highlands Ranch in 4, Chaparral, Doherty, Grand Junction, Littleton, and then Arvada West in lane 9. The top qualifying team in this heat was Chaparral with a time of 1:46.86.
Refs must have seen some movement on the block there.
Yeah, they asked the swimmers to stand once again. And we're underway in the 200-yard freestyle relay.
This will be 2 lengths for each swimmer. This is our second of 3 relays that we'll have this evening.
After this, we got the 100-yard backstroke. And then later tonight, the 100-yard breaststroke. And then the 400-yard freestyle relay.
So this evening you've seen multiple heats for each event, but tomorrow we'll only have the consolation final heat and then the final heat for each event.
Well, Chaparral High School out in front right now, almost 2 seconds ahead of the pack, 52.72 at the turn.
We'll see some of these exchanges as these girls go off. As long as their toes are on the block, there we go. As long as we have those toes on the block as somebody hits the wall, it's still a legal start.
Yeah, just some part of you has to be touching the block when the exchange is made. Chaparral continues to set the pace. Though Dakota Ridge has closed the gap somewhat. And it'll be Chaparral cruising in this one with a time of 1:44.54. It looks like Arvada West may have been disqualified there. Second place went to Littleton. And third place went to Dakota Ridge.
Yeah, you see a lot of team unity as these girls are walking along the deck holding hands.
Well, we'll get set for the second heat. There are 5 heats here in the 200-yard freestyle relay. We'll have Ponderosa, Mountain Vista, Thunder Ridge, Monarch, Cherokee Trail, Rampart, Legend, and Rock Canyon High School.
Step up. Take your mark.
Monarch High School in lane 5 had the best qualifying time of this heat with a time of 1 minute 45.61 seconds.
We come through again on these exchanges, you'll see how much of an advantage it is to get that momentum started before the swimmer hits the wall.
That's Monarch High School setting the pace. 25.76 at the exchange. Now Monarch being pushed by Cherokee Trail. 1/100th of a second difference on that last exchange between Monarch and Cherokee Trail.
Great race in the middle of the pool. Just behind them, and the rest of the field's all together.
Now Thunder Ridge in there. So Thunder Ridge, Monarch, Cherokee Trail. The three schools setting the pace in this heat.
That was a great third leg swim by the Thunder Ridge team there.
Here they come down the stretch. Thunder Ridge out in front. And Thunder Ridge is going to win this relay with a time of 1:44.05. Cherokee comes in second. And Monarch comes in third. So that's the fastest time tonight in qualifying here in the 200-yard freestyle relay. Slightly better than Chaparral's 1:44.54. So about a half-second difference between Thunder Ridge and Chaparral. So now we get set for Heat 3, Pine Creek, Ralston Valley, Mountain Range, Lewis Palmer, Fossil Ridge, Denver East, Lakewood, and Columbine. And Lewis Palmer is one of those schools that's really kind of become a powerhouse in swimming.
They are. They, going into tomorrow, they have a great shot at actually winning this whole thing. So, I would say there's a handful of schools that have the shot, and they're one of them.
Well, Lewis Palmer with the fastest qualifying time here in Heat 3 with a time of 1 minute 39.49 seconds. They are in lane 5. But as they turn after the first 25, it's Mountain Range with a slight lead. So Columbine High School, the leader at the first exchange with a time of 24.53. Columbine running in lane 9.
It was Emily Kerr that led off that piece there. One of the top qualifiers there for the 50 freestyle earlier.
Well, you got 4 teams running neck and neck out front. And the leader on that turn, Fossil Ridge, with a time of 50.35.
Good battle there in the middle of the pool.
And right now it's between lanes 5, 6, and 7. Lewis Palmer out in front as they get set for this anchor leg. Lewis Palmer out in front. Fossil Ridge and Denver East in a tight race for second place.
Columbine doing well out here in the outside lane, lane 9. Ashley Holiski bringing it home as well.
Lewis Palmer is going to win this heat. Coming in second place will be Fossil Ridge, followed by Denver East. 1:38.69 the time for Lewis Palmer, our fastest time tonight. That time almost 6 seconds better than Thunder Ridge and Chaparral, the two teams that won the first 2 heats. So the teams will make their way in for heat number 4. You'll have Smoky Hill, Rocky Mountain, Heritage, Fairview, Grandview, Boulder, Poudre, and Greeley West.
Second fastest qualifier there in the middle of the pool, Fairview. Should see something pretty close to what Lewis Palmer there just threw up.
Yeah, their qualifying time of 1:38.57 would be a fraction of a second quicker than what Lewis Palmer just did in the pool. And we're underway in this 4th heat, 4th of 5 heats. The next heat will involve a couple of very quick schools in Cherry Creek and Regis.
The Heritage in lane 4 is going to be one of those teams battling for that top spot also tomorrow.
Yeah, Heritage with the lead after the first exchange.
We've seen quite a few Heritage girls in that last heat for all the individual events.
As they finish the second leg, it's Fairview with a slight lead over Heritage. You've got Fairview, you've got Heritage, you've got Grandview in the mix as well. As we get set for the anchor leg.
In lane 7 over here, we have Amanda Ritchie swimming the anchor leg of this 200 free relay just after getting out of that 500.
Here they come down the final stretch. They are neck and neck. And it's going to be Grandview High School with a time of 1:39.68, followed closely by Fairview, 1:39.94. So they were almost 1 second off the pace set by Lewis Palmer in that third heat. Lewis Palmer still with the fastest time tonight as we get set for our final heat. It'll be George Washington, Fort Collins, Arapahoe, Cherry Creek, Regis, Loveland, Liberty, and Legacy.
And there you see it. These two are the individuals from that Cherry Creek state record team. Bonnie Brandon is back out there. There she is, getting out of that 500. Also Fiona Kane behind the block as well there. Two of the part of the current state record team.
As I said, this will be the final heat for the 200-yard freestyle relay. Cherry Creek in lane 5, Regis in lane 6. They are the top 2 qualifiers in this heat.
Look at Bonnie out of the 500 long distance race and out in front for a 50-yard freestyle here.
Now Cherry Creek, thanks to Bonnie, getting a strong start here in this relay race. 24.01 seconds as they get into the second leg.
24.01, that should have placed one of the top 3, I believe, in the 50-yard freestyle earlier.
A time of 48.19 for now for Cherry Creek, who holds almost a 1 second lead over Arapahoe. Cherry Creek setting the pace as they get set for the anchor leg. Time of 1:12.57. They make the final turn. Cherry Creek with a commanding lead. Will they be 138? Yes, they will. 136.66 is the fastest time tonight, and it's turned in by Cherry Creek.
So 2 seconds off their current state record set last year. It'll be interesting to see if they can once again set a new record tomorrow evening.
So Cherry Creek will be the top qualifier, and that'll wrap up the 200-yard freestyle relay as we move on to the 10th event of the night, which will be the women's 100-yard backstroke. There'll be 7 heats in the backstroke. The first one with 4 swimmers. We've got 3 sophomores and a freshman. Shannon Odell, the lone freshman in this group, out of Lakewood High School.
Just saw Shannon actually get out of the pool on that 200-yard free relay, so she's getting out and jumping right into the next race. So.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how she does here. Shannon Odell in lane 6. Has the orange swim cap. And the freshman's going to have the lead as they get set for the final 50.
So this event tonight, this will be Missy's last individual race that we'll get to watch her do. And last year, with her time of 52:30, she broke the state record, but even better, the national high school record for independent schools as well.
And as they come down the stretch, it's going to be Shannon Odell who's going to take this heat, the freshman, who had just gotten out of the pool after the relay race. Sets a time of 104.48.
Another one of those freshmen taking that heat.
I tell you what, the freshmen have been impressive here tonight at Epic. So we'll get ready for the second heat. And there'll be a pair of freshmen in this heat. Julia Song from Smoky Hill High School. And Brianna Salanitro, freshman from Mountain Vista. There's also Natasha Riedenbach, freshman from Ralston Valley. So the freshman class well represented again here. Good crowd here tonight in Fort Collins. Reminder to join us tomorrow morning at 9 for the diving competition. And then at 2 o'clock, it's the finals for swimming, which will have a world audience checking in on Missy Franklin. Australia, New Zealand, Latin America tuning in on ESPN3 as well to check it out. You're watching the 2012 finals here on CHSAA TV. Tom Helmer and Morgan Wager with you as we're into the 100-yard backstroke. And a tight race here. The 6 swimmers touching the wall at the 32nd mark.
Our next 2 individual events are both shorter with just 4 lengths. And then we're going to finish with a 400-yard freestyle race where each swimmer will have to do 4 lengths of the pool.
Well, here they come down the stretch, and in lane number 9 with a time of 101.83, Natasha Riedenbach, the freshman from Ralston Valley, turns in the fastest time so far tonight in the backstroke.
That's a great time drop. That would have put her in one of the last 3 heats there.
And with that, we'll get set for heat number 3. There are 7 heats tonight in the backstroke. Henninger, Julie Henninger from Rampart High School is a freshman, as is Hoskins, Reiner, and Hannah Hartel. Chappell's a senior, Glass is a sophomore out of Liberty, Cunningham a junior out of Cherry Creek High School. So You got a pair of Lewis Palmer swimmers in there, swimming side by side. And a pair of Rock Canyon swimmers in lanes 5 and 6. Now you see in lane 5, Kristen Hoskins out in front. You mentioned her qualifying time, 102.96. One of 2 freshmen from Rock Canyon in this heat.
This is one of those races where you really see those underwater kickers really take advantage of it here on this backstroke.
Jessica Chappell now out in front. Chappell running in lane 8. As they make the turn, Chappell out in front. She has the orange cap in lane 8. You got Reiner in lane 6. Cunningham in lane 4. Cunningham out in front. She'll touch the wall first, 102.17. So the Cherry Creek Junior comes in first in that heat.
Not sure if you could see it there, but she was wearing one of those nose plugs. You'll see some of the swimmers use, make sure the water doesn't get up their nose. One of the other ones that wears one is Missy Franklin.
As you mentioned, we'll see Missy Franklin. She'll be in the 7th heat. We get you set for the 4th heat here. Ting, the senior from Fairview High School, will be in lane 2. Carla Melly, junior from Regis, in lane 3. Commander from Monarch in lane 4. Meehan's a sophomore. Babcock, Barasio, Frick, and Roth are in lane 6, 7, 8, 9. It looks like Ting and Mealy in lanes 2 and 3 setting the pace, along with Morgan Commander, the junior from Monarch High School. Commander with a time of 29.93, 29.39 leads the charge on the turn.
Commander coming up pretty quick, coming off those walls, starting to swim right away. You'll see the rest of the field stand her a little bit longer.
You see Commander there in the gold swim cap. Carla Mealy giving her some pressure on the outside. And it'll be Mealy winning with a time of 1 minute, 0.45 seconds, just edging out Commander, who had a time of 1 minute, 0.61.
I think that's when you see how important those underwater kicks are coming off that 3rd wall there. Able to finish that race strong and win that.
So we've had a pair of freshmen and a pair of juniors win heats as we go into the 5th heat. Naomi Einhelling, the sophomore from Loveland High School, will be in lane 2. Gabrielle Leedy, the sophomore from Highlands Ranch, in lane 3. Graves is a junior, as is James. Julia Box is the freshman out of Fairview. Mary Wilson, a senior from Rocky Mountain. Haley Spratt is out of Brighton Prairie View. And Karen Dahlquist, the senior from Mountain Vista, in lane 9. As they make the turn, Sarah James out in front. She had the best qualifying time of this heat with a time of 57.40.
As we watch her come off this wall, she really uses those underwaters for her advantage as well, increasing her lead.
There you see Sarah James in the purple swim cap out in front. At about a half body length. She'll make her final turn. And it's just a question of how much will she win by at this point. Sarah touches the wall, the time of 57.52, the quickest qualifying time so far tonight. What a great effort by the junior out of Doherty High School. Came in just about at her qualifying time, which was 57.40, so 57.52 on pace for her. And now we'll get set for Heat 6. Daniel Garside at a Legacy High School will be in lane 2. Hoffman is a freshman. She'll be in lane 3. Haley Rowley-Weist, freshman from Boulder High School. We've talked a little bit about her tonight, in lane 5. And you have 2 more freshmen in Pennick and Leah Koob. Koob out of Cherry Creek, Pennick out of Mountain Vista High School. Papke's a junior. Emily Campbell from Fossil Ridge is a senior. Jillian Gress, a sophomore out of Heritage High School. We'll have one more heat after this, and it will feature Missy Franklin, the record holder in this event. Swam a 52.3 last year. Set a national record earlier this evening in the 200-yard freestyle.
It'll be really interesting to see what she goes today. You know, we saw earlier how Missy broke that record. I bet she's ready to race tonight.
Now Rowley-Weist and Campbell 1-2 right now in this race. Freshman against senior there in the middle of the pool. You've got McCormick out there. Rowley-Weist will win this one with a time of 57.27. Emily Campbell will come in second. I said McCormick was out there. Actually, McCormick will be here in Heat 7. So here we go with the final heat of the night in the 100-yard backstroke. And there is Missy Franklin. We talked about the national record she had earlier this evening. Her qualifying time in this event, 54.54, which is just 2 seconds off her record pace from a year ago. You'll have Brish in lane 2, Thole in lane 3, Johnson in lane 4, McCormick in 6, Horodsky in 7, Payne in 8, and Vanderpool in 9.
You know, we've seen Missy this year really take this event to a new level and, you know, challenge for that #1 spot in the world.
Well, no surprise, Missy Franklin out in front. She makes a turn at 26.16. She is very close to that record pace. She'll make the final turn. Franklin out in front. The record time is 52.3.
As you watch Missy get into and out of those turns, it's just so fluid.
Well, she will not set the record here, but she'll come close with a time of 52.91.
Still an amazing time.
Just 0.6 of a second off her record pace. So we'll see what she does with that tomorrow night. But another impressive performance by Missy Franklin.
We'll still see Missy one more time here in that the final event this evening. She should be battling another national record in that 100 freestyle, leading off the relay.
Boy, she's just something else, and you can hear the people nearby talking about how long her strokes are. Just it's a sense of awe when she steps into the water. We'll move along now to the women's 100-yard breaststroke. There'll be 6 heats. This is the first one. You've got Jordan Heather in lane 4, the freshman from Rock Canyon. Sydney Cutler, the freshman from Regis, in lane 5. And Taylor Greff, the senior from Monarch, in lane 6.
So this will be 4 lengths breaststroke. This is the only event that you can really take one full stroke underwater. That'll be your underwater pull that you see.
Sydney Cutler, the freshman from Regis, with the lead. She'll make the turn at 32.99. And she's going to cruise at this point. You've got Jordan and Greff in a battle for second place. So Cutler will cruise in and win this heat easily with a time of 108.54, about 4 seconds better than her qualifying time.
That's a great drop for 100.
Well, we've seen it in a couple different events tonight where someone has stepped up and absolutely crushed their qualifying time.
And you know what? It's really mostly the freshmen that are doing it.
Yeah.
You know, it's surprising to see a freshman come into this type of stage for the first time and really step up and the cameras and the crowd and step away from that and really get into the race.
Well, Maddie McGuire, the only freshman in this second heat. Van Ann, a sophomore from Heritage. Borelli's a sophomore from Dakota Ridge. Ozaki, a junior from Chatfield. And you've got Hunt and Marchand, both seniors. Hunt from Rampart High School, Marchand from Boulder High School.
You know, you kind of look around at the officials on deck, the referees, and you see 2 different types. You see ones in the stripes, those are the referees for the high school meet itself, and then you'll see the ones in the white, and those are the ones here for USA Swimming.
Now this is a tight heat as they make the turn. Maddie McGuire with a time of 32.98, the leader as they head into the final 50. So here they come for the final 25 yards. Maddie McGuire trying to hold the lead. Borelli, Ozaki right on her tail.
Coming down to the finish here.
And it will be Maddie McGuire, the freshman from Heritage. A minute 10.26.
Some more good drops there as well.
So the night of impressive freshman performances continues, and there'll be more in Heat 3. Sydney Andrews, a freshman out of Fairview. She'll be in lane 2. Max, senior from Regis. Fano, senior. Bowers, a senior. Mason Dahman, a freshman, as is Katie Rowe. And you've got Samantha Lensmeyer, a sophomore from Liberty, and Caitlin Reck, a sophomore from Fairview High School. All had qualifying times of a minute 11, and just fractions of a second separate them. Anywhere from 0.41 to 0.68 to 0.74.
It is going to be a close heat here coming up. We'll start to see a little bit more of that break in the barrel seats coming up in Heat 4.
Tom Helmer and Morgan Wager with you here in Fort Collins at Epic. Great crowd on hand tonight for the 2012 swimming and diving finals. We're watching on CHSAA TV. This is the 100-yard breaststroke. only have one more event after this. It will be the women's 400-yard freestyle relay. Now leading the charge in lane number 2, Jackie Mack, senior from Regis.
Out in front by quite a bit there on that first 50. She's going to see quite some drop here as well.
Now Jackie out in front. And she is going to have no time taking down the rest of the field here in heat 3. As she finishes with a time of 107.34.
Another 4-second drop that we watched just in the 3 heats. That's great.
Well, it's been that type of night here. We'll move into heat 4 here in the 100-yard breaststroke. Jamie Monk will be in lane 2. Kristen Alfano, the junior from Castleview, in lane 3. Nicole Cassow, a junior from Rock Canyon. Amanda Sanders is a junior. Elise Mooney's a junior. Atencio is a freshman from Ralston Valley. Katie Mullen, senior from Cherry Creek. And Kelly Hatanaka, freshman from Loveland High School. This is the 4th of 6 heats.
Amanda Sanders in the middle of the pool is going to be your 3rd fastest seed coming in this evening.
Sanders had a qualifying time of 105.33. 2 seconds better than the next qualifier, Elise Mooney, who's in the lane next to her in lane 6. Well, it's Sanders with the lead as they make the turn. She's got a time of 31.68. She's ahead of her pace of 105, which was her qualifying pace, which we mentioned just moments ago.
Looks like she's extending that lead coming off that 3rd wall there.
And Sanders out in front in lane 5. And she'll come in with a time of 105.91. So great effort there by the junior out of Monarch High School. And now we'll move to heat 5. Jane Rowland is a sophomore at Cherry Creek. Shelly Drozda, the freshman from Mountain Range. You've got a couple seniors in Krell and Patton. Brooke Hansen is a freshman. Higgins is a senior. Kramer is a sophomore. She's got a sophomore next to her, swimming for Lewis Palmer.
Saw Michelle Patton earlier racing Bonnie Brandon in that 200 IM. As you watch this start, watch the underwater pull. They get 1 dolphin kick they're allowed. So as you watch her, they usually start the pull, and there it is.
Yep. Out in front is Michelle Patton, the senior from Heritage. The fastest qualifier in this heat with a time of 104.
Saw Shelly Drozda earlier as one of the top seeds as well, I believe, in the IM.
Well, Patton makes the turn at 30.46. Right behind her is Krell with a time of 30.91. Patton will make the turn and head down the final 25 yards here in the 100-yard breaststroke.
Shelley's still looking strong coming into the finish here.
And Patton will finish with a time of 104.32. 3 seconds ahead of the next best finisher. So we get set for our final heat tonight. As you look at Michelle Patton. Alex Visky-Honka, the senior from Denver East, will be in lane 2. Renahan is a junior. Salanitro, the sophomore from Mountain Vista. Day and Fossey are seniors. Myers, a sophomore at Ralston Valley. And then you have Hayes and McClure. Laura Day, the one to keep your eye on in lane 5, a qualifying time of 1:03. 2 seconds better than Courtney Fossey, who's in lane 6 right next to her.
It'll be interesting to see if we can see Laura drop a second and break that state record that Kelly Nazi set back in 2010.
And Nazi had a time of 1:02.47. Day with a nice lead.
You see that the hands are recovering above the surface, a little less resistance when that happens there. Save a little bit of energy.
Day under 30 seconds at the turn, 29.91. Now here comes Day down the stretch. .104.32 is the best time. And she touches the wall with a time of 1:03.32. 1 second better than Michelle Patton.
Courtney Fossey taking just a little bit of time off there. 105.53.
So that wraps up the women's 100-yard breaststroke. Laura Day, the senior from Lewis Palmer, with a time of 1:03.32, your top qualifier. As they head into tomorrow's finals, you can order your state meet DVDs online now. Go to www.prepfilms.com. Well, here we go. There'll be 5 heats here in the 400-yard freestyle relay. Liberty is lane 3. Rocky Mountain in lane 4. Littleton in lane 5. We've got Grand Junction in lane 6. Doherty in lane 7. And Thunder Ridge in lane 8.
So this will be 4 lengths for each swimmer. So 16 lengths total as we go through this race.
If you were watching earlier, the 100-yard backstroke, Missy Franklin was the top qualifier in the preliminaries with a time of 52.91. Just short of the record, which is 52.30, held by her. And to put that in perspective, she came in at 52 seconds. Second place, Haley Rowley-Weist, the freshman from Boulder, 57.27.
And that still being a great swim.
That's the thing. When you put your numbers, I mean, if you were swimming anywhere else and didn't have Missy in the pool, it's great times. And they are great times. It's just funny when you look at what Missy Franklin's been doing.
Yeah, it's not often that you get a race, you know, a world record holder, you know, at a high school state meet.
Are they the commenters right now?
Now you see out in lane 2. Excuse me, lane 3, Liberty High School, setting the pace right now.
Girls coming down into the halfway mark here.
And it's Doherty out in front, making that exchange at a time of 1:57. Right behind him is Littleton. Liberty and Littleton. And right now, Littleton's starting to pull away a little bit. The team of Littleton starting to pull away a little bit here. A good race for second between Doherty and Thunder Ridge. And Littleton's going to keep trying to expand on that lead. Thunder Ridge in second, Doherty in third.
Once we work our way down to those final 3 heats, we're really going to start to hear some energy from the crowd, the coaches, the swimmers, as we start to get towards just those last heats and trying to set themselves up for tomorrow night.
Yeah, Regis will be in that final heat, the 5th heat. Regis is a team that last year set the state record with a time of 3:22.
Great team of Hillary Thomas, Alex Todd, McKenna DeBeaver, and Missy Franklin setting that last year.
Well, in this one, an easy one for Littleton with a time of 3 minutes, 51.67 seconds. Doherty came in second, followed by Thunder Ridge. So a great effort by Littleton. And we'll get set for heat number 2 as the swimmers make their way out. It'll be Brighton Prairie View in lane 2, Fort Collins in lane 3, Ponderosa in lane 4, Greeley West in lane 5, Legend, Pooter, Monarch, and Chatfield Senior High School. Be sure to join us tomorrow, starting at 9, for the diving competition. And then at 2 o'clock, it's the swim finals, which will be carried here and also on ESPN3. And if for some reason you have relatives in Latin America, Australia, or New Zealand, give them a call. Tell them they can watch, because it'll be carried there as well. As it'll be all eyes on the nation's top swimmer, Missy Franklin.
It's incredible the exposure that we're going to be getting here just all over the world. Colorado State Championships is great.
Now Greeley West out in front, running in lane 5. Boy, Greeley West really setting the pace here. A strong first leg.
Some coaches have different philosophies of which swimmers to put out in front. Whether you build up to your fastest or whether you put the fastest out first and try to work your way down.
What's your philosophy?
Win.
Win. Well, there can be a psychological advantage to putting your stronger swimmer first and having that lead and then trying to hold on. There's also the thought process that if your first 3 keep you in it, your strongest swimmer is 4th, all you got to do is stay close.
Yeah, if you can get out in front, you put a lot of pressure on the people behind you to keep that lead. The other part of that is if you put a strong, focused swimmer at the anchor, really give you a shot to bring it home strong as well.
Well, Fort Collins and Ponderosa starting to come on now. Tighten this race up a little bit. That's a three-team race right now. Ponderosa, Greeley West, and Fort Collins. So Greeley West out in front, making the turn at 2:20.40. Just 1 second ahead of Ponderosa.
Starting to see more of that split in the field as we go into this final leg here.
Now Greeley West, who set a strong pace in the first leg, has the lead. But they're being challenged at this point by Fort Collins. Fort Collins running in lane number 3. And it's between Fort Collins and Greeley West, and it will be Fort Collins and Greeley West making the turn at almost identical times. Fort Collins at 3:16.90, 3:16.95 for Greeley West.
Yeah, Fort Collins having a great last leg here, tied basically at that wall. Last 25.
Well, here they come neck and neck. And it will be Fort Collins coming in first with a time of 3:45.88. So Fort Collins turning in the fastest time so far tonight with 3 more heats to go. And a great effort there as Greeley West led most of the way. Fort Collins reeled him in and put in a strong final leg. In Heat 3, it's Pine Creek, George Washington, Boulder, Fossil Ridge, Ralston Valley, Mountain Vista, Chaparral, and Highlands Ranch.
Here's where we're going to start to see those real powerhouses here. Fossil Ridge being the first one that's going to come up. And as we move through these heats, we'll get down to that Cherry Creek Regis heat that's going to be just incredible to watch.
And we're underway in heat number 3. And it's Pine Creek with a nice effort in lane 2. It'll be Fossil Ridge with the lead here at the turn. Time of 25.84 seconds. Just about a half second ahead of the next best team right now, which is Boulder.
We've seen Fossil Ridge this evening have quite the group of sprinters, so this relay should be strong.
Fossil Ridge with the lead. Boulder second into the water. Ralston Valley also in the mix. Chaparral in there in lane 8. Fossil Ridge in front, Boulder right behind him. Fossil Ridge wearing the green swim cap. Fossil Ridge starting to stretch it out a little bit. It's been a great second leg for him.
I think we're only going to see this increase of a lead by Fossil Ridge here as we go into the last 2 legs.
Fossil Ridge with a 3-second lead over Boulder at that last turn. Fossil Ridge now has extended that lead to 4 seconds. 2:12 at the turn. Boulder at 2:16.
Almost a tie for second in this heat right now between Boulder and Ralston Valley.
The Fossil Ridge out in front, and now it's Ralston Valley in second place. The anchor swimmer into the pool for Fossil Ridge. You got Ralston Valley, you got Boulder in third. A 2-second difference between Fossil Ridge and Ralston Valley. Well, Fossil Ridge really starting to stretch things out now. As they have a commanding lead here in the final 50 yards.
Yeah, Fossil Ridge should feel comfortable, feel nice and about where they're going to be at tomorrow.
Well, Fossil Ridge is going to win this heat, the third heat of 5 tonight in the 400-yard freestyle relay. And they're going to do it with a time of 3:33.33. So the fastest relay time turned in tonight in the 400-yard freestyle relay. 12 seconds better than Fort Collins in Heat 2, and 18 seconds better than Littleton in Heat 1. So with that, we'll get set for Heat number 4. A heat that involves Columbine, Denver East, Arapahoe, Fairview, Heritage, Grandview, Mountain Range, and Rampart.
2 teams here in the middle of the pool, Fairview and Heritage, top contenders for that state championship title.
So the swimmers ready here for heat number 4. The fastest qualifying time of this group, Fairview High School, 3:34.18. They're running in lane number 5. Right now, Columbine running strong in lane 1.
Looks like that might be Emily Kerr again, one of the top 50 freestyles that we had earlier.
If that is indeed her, she is setting the pace for the Columbine Rebels. Oh, Arapahoe with the lead as they get into the second leg. So you got Arapahoe and Fairview in lanes 4 and 5. Columbine still running strong in lane 2. Heritage in lane 6, part of the mix as well. On that last turn, you start to see Fairview pulling away a little bit.
Arapahoe doing really well here, keeping up with this heat, especially with the seed times being where they're at.
Well, Fairview continues to lengthen it out. Fairview not only one of the better qualifying times in this heat, but one of really the better qualifying times going tonight.
Yeah, they're the second fastest qualifier going into this event here, just behind Cherry Creek. which we'll see in the next heat.
3:33.33 is the best time so far tonight. That was by Fossil Ridge in heat number 3. Fairview trying to continue to extend that lead.
Coming into the anchor leg here.
Well, Fairview just continuing to set the pace. You see Heritage coming on strong in lane number 6. And it's going to be a race between Fairview and Heritage as they come down the stretch.
Grandview doing a great job up here in lane 7 as well.
Heritage coming in. Can Fairview hold on? And Heritage wins it with a time of 3:35.86 after Fairview had led almost the entire way.
Looks like that was Michelle Patton on that anchor leg of that freestyle. We just saw her in the 100 breaststroke not too long ago. Great finish for Shelley.
Well, it brings us to our final heat of the night. 0.02 of a second in that last heat is all that separated Heritage and Fairview. What a race. You see in our final race, Lakewood, Legacy, Regis, Cherry Creek, Lewis Palmer, Loveland, Smoky Hill, and Rock Canyon.
This will be a great leg to see here. I think Missy Franklin's going to be leading this off, going for the national record. We also have Bonnie Brandon to watch in this heat.
Well, it should be an interesting heat and a perfect way to wrap up the night here in Fort Collins.
Current national record for the 100 free would be 48.39.
Now you see Regis in lane 3. I'm sorry, lane 4. So Missy Franklin setting the pace for Regis on this first leg.
I believe Missy just actually anchored one of the world record relays with the 100 freestyle.
Yeah, back in December. Sent out on her tweet how she was happy to be part of a world record relay team. She's setting a blistering pace out of the get-go here for Regis. So she touches the wall at 48.45 as they get into the next leg. The next closest team at 52.28 is Loveland.
Missy just 600ths away from that national record there.
Unbelievable, huh? So thanks to Missy Franklin, Regis with a healthy lead.
That will most likely see Cherry Creek anchor with Bonnie Brandon, so we should see some fireworks there at the end here.
So Cherry Creek running in lane 5 right next to Regis. The question will be, how much can they close the gap? So Regis still with the lead, 143.23. They've got a 3-second lead over Cherry Creek and Loveland. Cherry Creek trying to continue to close the pace, is now just a second off the pace.
Cherry Creek doing a great job pulling this up, and here we got Bonnie Brandon going to anchor this relay. Bonnie should have no problem finishing this race out.
Well, Missy Franklin gave Regis a huge lead, but now Regis and Cherry Creek are neck and neck, and now Bonnie Brandon is into the pool. And Bonnie Brandon quickly with a half body length lead.
Out of the last 5 races that we've swam tonight, Bonnie Brandon swam 3 of them. Pretty impressive.
And it's certainly not affecting her here. She has a full body length lead now, giving Cherry Creek the lead over Regis. And what was a neck and neck battle when the anchor leg of this relay started has quickly turned into a big Cherry Creek lead. Bonnie Brandon is going to cruise in and win this one with the help of her 3 teammates for Cherry Creek, and they are going to do it in a time of 3:29.81.
Pretty solid split there for Bonnie. 51.0 is what I had.
Notice the fastest qualifying time tonight, coming in second place, was Regis. And coming in third with a time of 3:38.38 was Loveland. You see Bonnie, a great anchor leg there. So you had 2 great swimmers in there. Missy Franklin giving Regis the lead, trying to pad the lead as much as she could. And it goes back to what you and I said a minute ago. Do you want your best swimmer first? Do you want your best swimmer last? We saw both instances there, and it worked out in this case for Cherry Creek.
Yep, it's just one of those balance things. You got to try to, sometimes you got to take that risk as a coach and try to get out in front. And I know, you know, having Missy out front, she's going for that national record is why we'd have her there.
Well, it's been a great night here in Fort Collins at Epic. We hope you join us tomorrow starting at 9 o'clock for the diving preliminaries and semifinals. That'll start at 9 Mountain Time right here on CHSAA TV. And then we'll take a short break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock for the swimming finals, which you can see here on CHSAA TV, and it'll also be carried on ESPN3, not only here in the U.S., but in Australia, New Zealand, and Latin America, as they'll look to see if Missy Franklin can set another record tomorrow. That's going to do it for us. For our entire CHSAA TV crew, I'm Tom Helmer, alongside Morgan Wager, wishing you a good night from Fort Collins in the 2012 CHSAA Swim Finals.
Here are the results of the 400-yard freestyle relay. Second alternate is Fort Collins. First alternate, Mountain Range. Swimming into Mars Consolation Heat, Denver East.